Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States were faced with many hardships. The forces of nature, hostile Indians, and worst of all, the many outlaws who roamed the territory, robbing and plundering the honest ranchers. Astride his great horse Silver, the masked rider of the plains fought these criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. His courage never faltered. His strength was equal to any emergency, and in time he brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! This guy's been seen their Pinewood. We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Zig Fuller, the sheriff at Pinewood, and his deputy, Sandy Dunlap, were standing at the bar of the cafe when a thin, hollow-cheeked boy of about 16 or 17 walked up to them.
Sheriff Fuller. Sheriff, the kid here's talking to you.
Huh? Oh, it's you, is it?
Could I speak to you alone, Sheriff?
What's the matter?
It's real important, Sheriff. Something wrong, Bob? Well, not
If
exactly.
you got something to say to me, speak out. I can't waste time on young sprats like you that thinks they got secrets.
But, Sheriff...
Shucks, go ahead, Bob. Nobody's paying any attention to us. Listen, it's something you'd rather I didn't hear.
Oh, no, it ain't that.
Well,
Sandy.
then...
Sheriff, if I showed you where you could find Nick Gage and his gang, would you see that I got the reward money?
Huh?
What's that?
And do you think you could make me a deputy, too?
You mean to say you know where Nick's hiding out?
Uh-huh.
Where they at?
Down by Muddy Creek, camped in the wood. But I ain't gonna say no more till you promise me.
Promise you what?
About the reward cash and being made a deputy.
Look here, young fella. Are you trying to make a fool out of me?
Oh, what do you mean?
Telling me you found them crooks when I've been searching the country for 'em for a month.
But I have, Sheriff. Honest, I have.
Hey, fellas, listen to this. This is the best one yet. The kid here says he's found Nick Gage's hideout. Look at this skinny run. And he's got the crust to come here with a story like that.
Well, that's Widow Bryan's kid, ain't it?
Does he figure he's a man hunter?
He looks like he'd be scared to come within a mile of them crooks.
That ain't so. I did find him.
How do you know the kid's lying, Sheriff?
Ah, it's writ all over him. He's just a no-good young'un that's trying to make himself important.
But, Sheriff, I've been hunting them crooks all the time of late. I gotta get some kind of a job, and I figured that if I could find Nick, then you'd make me a deputy.
Look what wants to be a deputy. A deputy. If he tried to tote his 6 gun, he'd break in the middle.
Maybe he figures on making faces and scaring crooks to death.
I could be a deputy. I can shoot, and I ain't afraid neither. Sheriff, you gotta listen to me. We need that reward cash. I ain't got a penny in the house. We ain't hardly enough to eat lately.
I suppose that's my fault.
Well, of course it ain't, but you can
You
help.
think to hear you talk that I was supposed to see everyone around here eats, besides doing my regular job.
I never said that. I'm willing to work for what I get.
Then get out of here and go to work. Cafes ain't no place for young'uns like you anyhow.
Then you don't believe what I told you?
If I listened to every idiot that comes along pretending to know something, I'd go loco. Now get out.
All right.
And tell your ma she'd better not let you out of the house no more till you're grown up.
It ain't fair. I was just trying to help, but they all just laughed at me. I guess there's no...
wait.
Huh? Oh,
You need food?
what if I do? I ain't begging for it.
Tonto won't help you.
You was inside just now, wasn't you?
And me hear what you say.
I noticed you because you didn't laugh at me.
Me believe you.
If you did, you was the only one.
You cometh, Tonto.
What for?
Me give you food. Then we talk with friend.
I just now said I wasn't begging. I don't want nothing I don't earn.
You earn food all right.
And I wouldn't take no grub unless Ma got some.
Not eat?
She ain't had much to eat lately.
Then you come. We get food for her, too.
And you say you can fix it so I'll be earning it? Ma would never stand for charity.
Me fix that.
Gosh, maybe you're a redskin, but I'd say you're a heap whiter than them fellas inside the cafe.
You got horse?
Yeah, right here. He ain't much, but he gets me around.
And you come. Steady, feller.
Where are we going?
We go camp.
You lead the way, Injun.
Get him up, Scout.
Get up.
Hey, Sheriff. There goes young Bob Bryan now, riding away with an Indian. It ain't particular what kind of company he keeps. No. Well, fellers, me and Sandy will see you later. We gotta go back to the office. Sure, Sheriff. See you later.
So long, Sam.
So long, fellas.
Sandy, listen here.
Huh?
You're taking a ride.
A ride? Where?
Down to Muddy Creek. You're going to check on that kid's story.
But I thought you said you didn't believe him.
What else do you think I'd say? Why should we share that reward with the widow's kid?
You mean...
I mean, maybe he told the truth and maybe he didn't. Might have been just his luck to stumble on something we missed. But that ain't going to keep us from cashing in on it, if it's so.
That ain't right. You're cheating the young one.
Yeah? What if he does know where Nick Gage is? It's us that's going to make the capture, ain't it?
Yeah, but then...
And if you can't use $2,000 in reward money, I can.
Well, I don't like it. Bob should get a share anyhow.
Maybe you don't like it. You like your job, don't you?
Huh?
Don't forget I made you deputy. And if I'm a mind to, I can get somebody else in your place.
You let me go?
I reckon you got my meaning.
But where'll I look? Just going to Muddy Creek ain't enough.
Didn't you catch on when the kid almost let it slip?
Let what slip?
He started to say they was camped on Muddy Creek in the woods. He caught himself, but not in time. And what is there along the creek with woods that's big enough for crooks to hide out in?
He must have meant the woods over north.
Right. And that's where you're going.
Now?
Now. And you see to it, if they're there, they don't catch on you found them.
Uh-huh.
Then get back here and let me know. I'll get a posse together and we'll round up them outlaws. And after that, Sandy, you and me'll split $2,000. Now on your way.
I'll do it, Sheriff. But I still don't like it. Get up. Get up there.
The Lone Ranger was away when Tonto and young Bob Bryan reached camp. But while they waited, Tonto prepared a meal, which the half-starved boy ate ravenously.
Gosh, Injun, This is the first square meal I've had in a coon's age.
You eat like you plenty hungry.
It ain't only being hungry. It's the way you cook things, too. Golly, even Ma can't do no better. And say...
What matter?
I just happened to think, me eating like this and Ma waiting for me.
You wait for friend, and you take food home.
But you ain't told me what I'm to do to earn it yet.
Me tell you that later.
Hey, here comes somebody.
That Tonto friend.
But he's masked.
Him not outlaw.
No?
Him work for law.
Well, it don't matter to me. If he's your friend, then I don't care what he is. I'm for him.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, boy.
Hello. Howdy.
This feller named Bob.
Bob Bryan's my handle, stranger. Maybe I shouldn't have come here, but Tonto asked me to. He said I could work for some grub, and so...
Him know where outlaw hide.
What's that?
Him say them in wood near creek north here.
Bob, you mean Nick Gage's gang?
That's right, stranger. I found them early this morning. I seen their smoke when they was cooking.
That's why Tonto and I are here, to find those men.
You ain't pards of theirs, are you?
No, Bob. We heard of them when they robbed the bank at Ridgely. They killed 2 men in that holdup.
They sure did. Shot them down without giving them a chance.
We want to see them brought to justice.
Well, they're in those woods. I'll give you my word to that. I told the sheriff in town, but he just laughed at me.
Sheriff Fuller?
Uh-huh. You know him?
I do, and I know his deputy.
Oh, Sandy's a good fella,
I
but...
saw Sandy riding toward town when I was coming here.
Well, he was in town when I seen him last.
And Bob, Sandy was riding from the direction of those woods. Did you tell the sheriff where you'd seen Nick?
Well, I started to. He might have known the place I meant.
The deputy was riding in a big hurry.
But I don't savvy. If the sheriff thought there was a chance I was telling the truth, why didn't he say so?
I could make a guess. Bob, when you spoke to the sheriff, did you mention the reward on those outlaws?
Well, sure I did. If I found them, it was mine to claim, wasn't it?
Tonto. Do you remember the time Jed Crawford trailed Scar Nelson into this part of the country?
Oh, Tonto remember.
Say, I heard about that. Jed went to the sheriff for helping capture him. The sheriff gave Jed the slip, caught Scar by himself, and collected the reward.
Yes.
There was a heap of talk about it at the time, but Jed couldn't prove nothing, so it died out.
And it wouldn't surprise me if the sheriff were trying the same thing again.
But gosh, I need that cash.
You do?
Well, you see, everybody claims I ain't old enough or big enough to do a man's work, so all I can get is odd jobs. And there's more to take care of. Pa's dead, you see.
I think I do see.
Me tell Bob we give him food take home.
And he'll have it.
Well, not without earning it, I won't.
You'll earn it, Bob. There's no time to talk about that now.
But wait a minute,
The
stranger.
deputy must have reached town by now. If what we suspect is the truth, the posse is probably on its way to Nick's hideout this very minute.
If that's so, it's a doggone low-down trick. There's nothing can be done about it now.
But there is. We're riding, Tonto.
Here, Scout.
What are you going to do?
Perhaps I should let the sheriff get those men. They are wanted by the law.
None worse.
But, Bob, the law isn't going to capture them until you get the reward. Tonto and I are leaving. You take what supplies you can carry and go home.
But
I'll
wait.
see you again, Bob, and then I'll explain. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready. Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Deep in the woods, Nick Gage and his band of outlaws had remained in their camp for several days. The men were getting restless, and one of them, a slim, hard-faced criminal called Lobo, spoke for the others.
Nick, I'm getting tired of laying low like this. When in blazes are we going to ride again?
We ain't riding till things quiet down.
All that cash in the bank at Ridgely and no chance to spend it.
How much folding money is there around these parts?
Well, I
Not
can't-
enough to buy a sick calf, except the cash we stole.
What about it?
What about it? Well, suppose you try spending any of that folding money within a couple 100 miles of here and see what happens. You'll have a rope around your neck so fast you wouldn't even have time to collect your change.
The boss is right, Lobo. Maybe so, but I sure crave action of some kind, Jed.
There'll be time enough for that.
Me, I ain't got nothing against taking things easy. This just suits me fine.
And this is as good a place to hide out as any. Maybe in a week or so.
Hey, what's that?
Horseman.
Riding this way. Roll out, you fellas.
Hey, Nick Gage!
Masked.
With a redskin.
Draw your guns.
There's just 2 of them.
Draw your guns like I told you.
Looks like maybe they're outlaws, too.
You're covered.
Put away those guns! We've got to get out of here! Oh, Silver! Oh, look out! What the deuce? There's a posse riding here. You've got to run for us. Posse? Don't stand there. Get your horses.
What are you telling us this
Why do you suppose so? You can escape.
If this is a trick,
You think
stranger-
Tonto and I'd ride in here alone just to trick you?
But I
Nick,
don't...
the masked armor's telling the truth. Listen.
It's so. Get mount and hurry.
I'll lead the horses carrying the cash.
Don't wait for your blankets or nothing. Come on, men. Toward the hills. Get him, Come on, Silver.
They've got away. They're heading for
Deputy Hill.
Look, there's an Injun with him. The same redskin we seen right away with the kid. He must have tipped them all. The kid's done this. Keep after him. Get along there.
Hello, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, realizing that the sheriff would attempt to arrest the outlaw band led by Nick Gage and keep the reward for himself, warned the outlaws of the posse's approach just in time for them to escape. The posse, soon outdistanced by the fleet horses of the outlaws, gave up the chase finally and disbanded. But the sheriff and his deputy made their way to the small cottage where Bob Bryan and his widowed mother lived.
Teach that young whippersnapper to tip off crooks.
Well, if he did, I don't blame him.
And you're a fool. Just lost $1,000 by it.
Cash that belonged to the boy, but right.
Cash that we would have collected.
Sheriff,
Where's that boy of yours?
you want him, Sheriff?
You just bet I do. Come on in, Sandy.
What is it, Ma? The sheriff.
Yeah, the sheriff.
But what's the
I'll show you what. You give them outlaws warning, didn't you? Come on, speak up. You told them, and I've got the proof.
But I didn't. What are you accusing my boy of?
I'd have had Nick Gage and his whole gang if it hadn't been for your kid.
What?
But when I went to get them with a posse, they was gone.
I didn't tell
You
him.
rode out of town with a redskin today, didn't you?
Yeah, but
Well, that same redskin was with Nick when I took after them.
I don't believe it.
It's so all right, Bob.
But he ain't no outlaw.
I ain't to believe my own eyes, huh?
The redskin that gave you the food, Bob? Oh, they say it was. From what you said about him, he sounded like a good man. Oh, he is. Him and his masked pard both. I don't care what the sheriff says.
What masked man's that?
Well,
There was a masked fella with Nick, Sheriff.
Why, you sniveling little whelp. Have you got the infernal gumption to stand there and say that you didn't warn them crooks when you admit you talked to a masked man? You're going to jail for this.
You can't arrest my boy.
Oh, I can't I?
No, Sheriff, you can't.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you why not. He came to us first with his story about the crook's hideout, didn't he? And after you laughed at him, he rode away with the Injun. How was he to know the Injun was a crook? He didn't wear no mask, did he?
Tonto ain't a crook, I tell you.
Tonto's the Redskins' handle?
Uh-huh.
Then his name's going on a wanted notice along with Nick's and the rest of them. And you listen to me, young fella.
Yeah?
I suppose if I jail you for what you done, you just lie out of it. As long as my deputy's been fool enough to show you how.
Bob wouldn't lie about anything.
You'd say that, sure. But like I was saying, kid, I'm keeping watch on you from now on. And another slip like this last one, you will find yourself behind bars. Just remember that.
I've done nothing I'm ashamed of.
And as for you, Sandy, I've stood for just about enough of your interference. Take my advice and start hunting a job punching cows. Because I'm giving you notice. And I'm getting me a deputy that knows when he's well off.
The outlaws, safe again after a hard ride, had dismounted and gathered around the masked man and Tonto.
Well, stranger, thanks for the warning. You sure got to us just in time.
For a second, I didn't think we was going to make it. I'd sure hate to think what might have happened if you fellas hadn't come along.
You might have gotten away anyhow.
I got my doubts. Now, seeing as we're all friends, how about taking off that mask and showing us who you are?
That mask stays on.
Shucks, what's the difference? You ain't wanted by the law any more than we are.
I said the mask stays on.
Just a second. Maybe you've misunderstood something.
Yes?
You done us a favor by telling us about the posse. But don't think because of that I ain't the boss.
You're not my boss.
Stranger, you better do like Nick says.
It'll save you trouble.
Now, take that mask off. I'm going to have a look at you.
You're not giving me orders.
I ain't. How will you?
Tonto.
Me ready?
Hey, what's
Come
that?
on. Come here. Quick, Tonto.
You ready?
Hold on. Stay where you are.
Come on,
Get him on
Silver.
the scout. Stop the fire.
Hurry on, fellow.
And not hit us.
I was afraid there'd be trouble getting away from them again. But now we've got to put the rest of our plan into effect.
That's right.
We've taken on a big responsibility, Tonto. We both want Bob to get the reward money. But after all, it's more important to bring these men to justice. So we can't fail now.
We not fail.
When we're safely away, we'll circle back and make sure we know where they are.
That not hard.
And you'll ride into town, and I'll talk to Bob. You know the place they call Corral Canyon?
That where feller catch wild horse.
Yes, the cowboys use it sometimes when they're rounding up mustangs. Corral Canyon is really just a part of a larger canyon. The larger canyon is divided by a ridge that runs across it.
I don't know that.
The cowboys like to use Corral Canyon for catching wild horses because its entrance is so narrow that one man can block the horses from escaping. And the ridge further on is like a fence, too high for a horse to jump. I wanted to be sure you knew the place, Tonto, because success depends on having everything timed just right.
There's plenty danger.
Our plan is dangerous, Tonto, but it'll not only bring those outlaws to justice, it'll also see that Bob gets the reward money he deserves. Come on,
Get him up,
Silver.
Scout.
Nick Gage led his men to still another hideout after the departure of the masked man and Tonto. But the Lone Ranger and the faithful Indians secretly followed the outlaws, marked their new camp, and prepared to go into action. To prevent any slip-up, they went over their plans once more. Then they parted, Tonto heading for town, and the masked man for Bob's home. We see him as he reins in before the house.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Bob.
I knew you'd keep your word. I knew you'd come.
Bob, how badly do you want the $2,000 that's been offered for Nick and his men?
Mister, I'd do anything in the world for it. I could buy more things and maybe get a few head of cattle and...
Where is your mother now?
A friend came by for her and she went to town.
I see. Have you a gun?
A gun? You bet I have. I got two of them. There's an old Sharps Pa had for Buffalo and a 6-gun. It's the 6-gun he was wearing the day he was killed.
Then get them, Bob.
Golly, is there going to be shooting? Boy, how I'd like to line my sights on them crooks.
There will be shooting, but you won't be in any danger.
As if I care about that.
If there were real danger, I wouldn't let you take part.
I'll get the guns right now.
Wait.
Yeah?
I'll tell you what to do, Bob. And then you can get your guns and your horse. I have more riding to do and no time to waste.
Go ahead, I'm listening. And, mister, if maybe I don't thank you and Tonto for all you're doing in just the way I should, why, it's because I ain't got the words for it.
Less than an hour later, the outlaws were aroused by the clattering of horses' hoofs at the edge of their camp.
What was that?
Came from where we got the horses hobbled.
It must be. Hey! Somebody's running off with a saddlebag that's got the cash in it.
And by heavens, it's a masked fella.
Nick! Hey, Nick!
What's going on?
Come on, the masked fella's stealing our cash.
Get that, Bob.
He's in the saddle already.
Come on, Silver!
Yeah, missed. And there goes everything we took from the bank.
We've got to get it back.
That polecat just won us the other time so he could locate our cash.
And it was the biggest mistake of his life. Get back to the horses, fellas, and take after him.
Meanwhile, Tonto raced into town and headed for the sheriff's office.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. There, office. Oh, Scout. Oh, Scout. Oh. Tonto fire gun. Lawman, hear that?
A redskin!
Get him up, Scout.
It's one of them outlaws. And now's our chance to get him. I'm deputizing every man here. Come on.
But that's the engine Bob said was straight.
Sandy, you're still deputy till I get another. And by thunder, you obey orders. Let's get going.
masked man headed his great horse Silver toward Corral Canyon with the outlaws in full pursuit.
Not too fast, Silver, old fellow. We don't want the outlaws to get out of sight. Just fast enough to beat Tonto there. Come on, boy!
Spurring and whipping their mounts, the outlaws managed to keep the masked man in sight.
He's heading for Corral Canyon.
He wouldn't be fool enough to go in there.
Maybe he don't know what it is.
If he goes in here, we've got him. Come on!
Hey, look.
By heavens, he is going in. Whip up your horses and we'll catch him before he finds he's trapped and comes out again.
We'll just about head him off.
This entrance ain't wide enough for more than one horse at a time. Stretch out single file. I'll take the lead.
Watch out for the rocks on both sides. Can you still see him?
He's in here, all right. There he is.
Why don't he pull up? He's driving his horse right for the ridge.
He'll see it in a second.
It's too late now if he does. Well, I'll be...
The blamed idiot's going to try and jump his horse across it.
There they go.
They'll break their necks as
That
sure
horse is fair flying.
Well, I'll be blasted if they didn't make it.
I never thought there was a horse alive could make a jump like that.
And all for nothing. Look over there. He dropped the cash when the horse jumped.
That cash won't do you fellas no good.
What the? Who said that?
I did.
But why the kid behind us? You can see his head stuck over one of them rocks by the entrance.
Throw down your gun. And there's a taste of what you'll get if you don't. And if you figure on rushing this pass, I got me a 6-gun here, too.
We're cut off.
Then rush him.
But boss, that pass is too narrow. We can only go through one at a time. But we can't go no other way. Our horses won't jump the ridge like the masked fellas done. We're trapped in here. With them rocks to hide behind, we can't even get a good shot at that blasted kid.
Then we've got to rush him.
I heard what you said. And that shot was to teach you better sense.
I ain't going through there first. I ain't going to ride into a bullet without a chance of firing at anything you can hit. And neither am I.
You yellow coyotes. If you don't, then I will.
Hey, Sheriff. Here's the crook you're looking for. I've got him penned up inside.
The sheriff, the posse.
We're coming in there, you sidewinders. And if a hand is raised to shoot, we'll blast you out of your saddles.
You know blame well we can't fight you. Don't shoot us down.
Keep your hands up in the air, you sidewinders. Well, Sheriff, here's the whole bunch. And if you say Bob didn't earn the reward this time, I'll tend to you myself.
I ain't said he didn't, have I?
Well, I wouldn't advise it.
You mean I'll get all the 2,000 reward money?
You will, Bob, or I'll know the reason why.
But all the outlaws ain't here.
Who ain't?
The redskin and the mask hombre.
I don't know about the masked man, but the Injun never even rode in here. He slipped off the other way.
But he's part.
What's that?
There he goes. He was just on the other side of the ridge all the time.
Waiting to see if I'd get the cash, I'll bet.
He's the one who helped to trap us in here.
And Nick, someday we'll get that fella.
Not from the end of a rope, you won't.
And by heavens, I will.
No, you won't, Sheriff. But if you ever did, you wouldn't be catching an outlaw. You'd be meeting up with the finest fella I ever knew.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the border. It's coming near the Rio Grande. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
It's a doggone shame, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Well, before long, it'll be too cold to set out here of an evening.
Winter's too cold, summer's too hot, huh? How do you like spring?
Oh, spring's all right, up here. But I remember back in Waco, we all got the ague every spring. Oh, a terrible fever. Makes a man feel like a harp with 1,000 strings.
Yeah, I know. I've had it.
You know, my ma had an idea we wouldn't get it if we had 3 hard-boiled eggs on Good Friday. But if that didn't work and we got the ague anyway, then she'd tie salt mackerel onto our feet.
Well, that should have toughened up your feet anyway.
And we all survived. That stage is mighty late tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Are you expecting somebody?
Me? Well, now, who'd I be expecting?
Oh, maybe some girl from Waco who's found out where you've been hiding.
Not very likely. Even my ma don't know where I'm at anymore. Hey, here comes the stage driver. It's Jim Buck.
Yeah.
Marshal. Hello, Chester.
Oh, Jim.
What's the matter? Trouble, Jim?
I'd call it trouble, Marshal. Got held up. One passenger shot down in cold blood.
What?
Meanest thing I ever saw.
Oh, what had happened?
Other side of Wagon Bed Springs. Between there and Jesse Daggett's.
Daggett's?
He runs a stage station out toward the Colorado line.
Oh.
I got a mighty strong feeling Jesse Daggett's in on this, Marshal.
Well, what makes you think so, Jim?
He knew I was carrying gold. Wasn't much, but it was some. After we'd laid over an hour or so at the station, I seen Daggett talking to a man who just rode in. As cussed looking a gunman as you'd want.
Well, then what happened?
The fellow rode off.
He was alone?
Just him. His face covered. And he never said a word. Took the strong box, robbed the passengers, and he got on his horse, turned around, and shot one of them right through the head.
Forevermore.
Then he rode off. I could have cried. I was so mad, helpless.
That's a strange thing, Jim, is shooting down the passenger.
Why would a man do that, Marshal? I don't understand it.
Well, he just likes to kill, maybe. I'll go back with you tomorrow, Jim. Maybe we can find out. We made the trip down the Santa Fe Trail next day, through Wagon Bed Springs and on to Jesse Daggett's stage station. I sat on the box with Jim Buck, while Chester rode inside with the passengers. And by evening, everybody was glad when we reached Daggett's. It was a typical road ranch with a large eating room and a row of sleeping quarters for the travelers. Jesse Daggett himself was a tall, angular man, gaunt and gray. He was quiet, but one could feel the trouble that lay inside him. The first chance I had to talk to him was in the yard after supper.
Cold weather be coming soon. Have to lay in more whiskey.
I figured you probably made your own whiskey, Daggett.
I do. Got 5 barrel of corn buried under the road out there. Stage and the horses keep 'em shook up proper that way.
Oh. You, had this station long?
3 years come spring, Marshal. Put her up myself. Pawnees try to burn her down now and then, but I'm still here.
You plan to stay here?
Man's plans are his own, Marshal.
I'm sorry, it was just an idle question.
That's all right.
I think I'd like it here myself. No neighbors, but lots of company passing through.
Ain't all good company.
Well, lots of people travel, good and bad.
That's true.
Like, the man who held up Jim Buck's stage yesterday. Shot that passenger.
What about him?
Well, you might call him company, like we were talking about. The bad kind.
Any man kills in cold blood that way, I'd call bad.
Might have been a mistake, though. Gun might have gone off by accident.
Might.
You don't think it did, huh?
What I think won't raise the dead, Marshal.
No, but it might keep more people from dying, though.
Figured that's what you're doing here. Looking for that fella.
Jim Buck thinks it might have been that gunman you were talking to here the day of the holdup.
That was Nat Pilcher. And I don't care what Jim Buck thinks.
Well, it won't help your business or the stage companies if more passengers get killed near here, Daggett.
No, it won't, for a fact.
Everybody expects a stage to get held up once in a while, but it's a different matter to shoot people down for nothing. Now, I don't figure this man, unless he's just a born killer.
Well, he could have a lot of reasons. Men are all different.
Sure.
All got different reasons for doing what they do. Living the way they live. I guess it's what happened to them in the past that spells it out.
Well, that's why I'm a lawman and you run a stage station, and whoever he is holds up people and kills them.
Marshal, I'll tell you something, but it ain't what you want to hear. I believe in letting every man kill his own snakes.
Then this business is between whoever that bandit is and me. Is that it?
That's it exactly. Every man for himself, you might say. I don't interfere, and I won't help.
Mm-hmm. I see.
It's got to be like that.
Even though a man was killed for nothing?
The dog eat dog, I see.
Well, I hope you won't regret it, Daggett.
One more regret won't break me, Marshal.
I'm not so sure, Daggett. I'm not so sure it won't.
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. L&M's got everything. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters, this is it. Light and mild. It's the best, L&M filters, highest quality filter tip. This is it, L&M filters, L&M filters with the miracle tip.
King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
Trying to get anything out of Jesse Daggett was hopeless. But I still couldn't agree with Jim Buck that Daggett was partners with a road agent. Daggett somehow wasn't that kind of a man. Anyway, there was nothing to do but wait and let things happen. 2 days passed while Chester and I sat in the eating room and played two-handed stud and got bored and restless. Late afternoon of the second day, however, Jim Buck drove back with his stage. The travelers came in first, went to their rooms, and then Jim came over to say hello.
I wish I had a job like yours. Nothing to do but sit around and play cards and drink whiskey.
Well, we do a lot of thinking, Jim. That's what makes up for it.
You do, huh?
Oh.
You done any about finding Jesse Daggett's friend?
Nat Pilcher? Well, if we did find him, Jim, we couldn't prove anything.
No. Neither could I guess. You might just shoot him for luck.
You're too suspicious, Jim. He was probably just some cowboy riding through.
Maybe. Anyway, I got no gold this trip.
Then there's nothing to worry about, is there?
There's another pilgrim for supper.
That's the first visitor we've had since you left, Jim.
Man has to be mighty hungry to ride in here for Jesse Daggett's food. Where is Daggett, anyway?
Well, he went outside just after you pulled in. Didn't you see him?
I was busy with the horses, and I still got work to do. I'll see you at supper.
Oh, my. That's a hard life driving a stage, Mr. Dillon. I don't think I'd want to do that.
You might give it a try first, Chester. Now, wait a minute.
I heard there was a marshal here.
Yeah, that's right. What can I do for you?
Me? You can't do nothing for me, Marshal.
And what do you want?
Oh, I just wanted to see what a marshal looks like. A live one.
You satisfied?
Sure.
All right, then get out of here.
You're touchy, Marshal, real touchy. I don't aim to start no trouble. Only come in to say hello, friendly like.
What's your name?
Pilcher. Nat Pilcher.
Yeah, I thought so.
Sure. I'm a friend of Jesse Daggett's, an old friend.
Where do you live, Pilcher? You got a job around here?
I'm a cowboy, Marshal. Know anybody needs a good hand?
Now, what do you do besides ride?
Funny you ask that.
Is it?
You being a lawman, it is. Ever hear of Charlie Hall, sheriff over in New Mexico?
I have.
They say Clay Allison shot him. That's what they say, Marshal. But I know for a fact it wasn't Clay. Nice meeting you, Marshal. See you later.
Jesse Daggett's stage station lay on the prairie, miles from anywhere. It would be an easy thing for a man like Nat Pilcher to ride in long enough to check on a stagecoach and the value of its cargo, and then ride up the road a few miles and wait for it. But I still didn't believe Daggett was in on the deal, even though he and Pilcher had obviously known each other somewhere before. The next morning at dawn, Jim Buck loaded his passengers aboard and pulled out. Daggett and I stood there and watched the little cloud of dust as it moved up the Santa Fe Trail toward Wagon Bed Springs.
Make Dodge tonight. He'll be back here tomorrow.
Yeah, if he doesn't get shot up.
I ain't carrying no gold this trip.
I, met your friend Nat Pilcher last night, Daggett.
Pilcher rode out before supper.
Yeah, I know. Seems like he only came in to tell me what a hard case he is. To warn me about it.
Didn't have much effect. You're still here.
You don't think I scare that easy?
You're all right, Marshal. You should have gone back to Dodge.
Why, Daggett? Why should I?
Things will work out here without you.
Now, go ahead.
That's all.
Now, Daggett, I don't know what's going on down here. And if I'm meddling in your affairs, I'm sorry, but a stage has been robbed and a man's been killed, and that makes it my affair, too.
I want to thank you for not thinking I got anything to do with all that, Marshal.
And I wasn't sure at first, but I am now. Even so, I'm not going back to Dodge without a man.
No, I suppose you won't.
Now, let's go inside.
Sure.
You know, you ought to plant some trees out here, Daggett. Sure improve the place.
Not enough water.
Now, dig for it, then. You'll never get a woman to come out here and marry you unless you've at least got some trees.
How's that?
No offense. I was just remarking that women like things growing around a place. Let's say that I meant it generally.
I thought to have a woman here once, when I first planned about running a stage station. That was over in New Mexico. Seems like a long time ago.
Now, things don't always work out.
I was mighty fond of her, but I lost her. I've been a little lonely ever since.
Well, you came close. That's better than some men do.
Oh, I don't know about that. Funny how a man goes right on living, even when his luck is about to run out.
Yeah.
Well, come on inside. Heat up some coffee.
Good. Got him, Chester.
Mr. Dillon,
Huh?
do you mind if we don't play no more? I swear I'm beginning to see things.
It's okay with me. The stage ought to be here pretty soon anyway.
Just think. Jim Buck's taking the stage all the way to Dodge and back, and we just been sitting here another 2 days.
Well, waiting's always the hardest part, Chester. I just hope it pays off.
Hey, there's the stage now. At least there'll be some people around here.
Yeah, let's go out and meet it, huh?
Howdy, Jim. Come out here, Marshal.
Now, what's the matter? More trouble, Jim?
He stopped me again, Marshal. My heaven, I'm going after him now if you don't. Take a look in the coach there.
Huh?
Why, it's a woman. She dead, Jim?
Of course she's dead. She got a bullet in her.
Where are your other passengers, Jim?
There ain't any. She was the only one this trip. Look at him, Marshal. He killed her.
There's some blood soaking through your jacket, Jim. You hit bad?
In the shoulder. I wasn't going to stop at all. It knocked me off the box. And he just rode up and put a bullet in her and rode off. Never said a word.
You think it was Pilcher?
Who else would it be? You've seen him. You know what he's like. Must be him. Let's ask Jesse Daggett here who it was. Take a look in the coach, Daggett. Take a good look. Well, Daggett, what do you think of killing women? Look at him, Marshal. I told you. You ever see a guiltier-looking man?
No, you're wrong, Jim. It doesn't even make sense.
He didn't do it, no. But he's in on it somehow.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I'll help you take the woman inside. Then we'll see what we can do about your shoulder, Jim.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything, king size or regular. It's America's best filter-tipped cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
It didn't make sense, none at all. But I figured it would soon. And after I did what I could for Jim Buck's shoulder, Chester and I buried the woman, put a cross over her grave. We'd find out later who she was. The rest of the night, we took turns watching for a move from Jesse Daggett. And sure enough, about an hour before dawn, he saddled up and rode out into the prairie. We let him get a little start and then took a couple of his horses and followed him.
You think he's going to meet Pilcher?
If he can find him.
We must have come 10 miles already.
Yeah, about that. We shouldn't have let him get so far ahead of us, though.
We're right on his trail.
Yeah, I know. What's that up there?
Huh?
Look.
It's a man.
Yeah, come on.
Why, it's Daggett, Mr. Dillon. He's been shot.
Yeah.
You followed me, Marshal?
I bet you hurt, Daggett.
Pretty bad.
Pilcher?
I'd have killed him, Marshal, but my gun didn't go off. And he got me easy then. No luck left at all. Right?
Any idea where Pilcher is now, Daggett?
He said he was going back to the station to get you. Took my horse with him.
I'd have come with you this morning, Daggett.
Wasn't your business. Between me and Pilcher. He come here looking for a fight. I didn't want to kill nobody no more. Not even him. So he drove me to it. Finally, that woman. He knew I couldn't stand that.
You mean he shot her and that other passenger just to prod you into a fight?
Marshal, I'll tell you now. I had a woman out in New Mexico. I caught her running off with Nat Pilcher. I didn't shoot him, though. I shot her instead. Figured that made more sense.
You killed her?
I don't think he'd have minded so much if I'd have killed him. I figured he wasn't doing nothing I didn't want to do myself. I didn't blame him none. I blamed her. Pilcher been after me ever since.
I could have stopped all this if you'd have told me sooner, Daggett.
Every man's got to kill his own snakes, Marshal. I tried. You can have him now. I ain't gonna live long.
I'm sorry, Daggett. Chester will stay with you. I'm going back to the station.
You both go. I can die alone. I ain't afraid.
No. Goodbye, Daggett.
Bye, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Do what you can for him.
Poor fellow.
I'll send somebody out to help you bring him in later.
Yes, sir.
It's about time you got back, Marshal.
Where's Pilcher, Jim?
Out back looking for whiskey. Where's everybody else?
It's been a busy morning. How's your shoulder?
It hurts. I got to get up to Dodge somehow.
Good morning, Marshal.
Hello, Pilcher.
You've been riding.
So have you.
Man like me rides a lot, Marshal.
You should have kept going, Pilcher.
I wanted to see you again before I left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Jesse Daggett told me.
I'm going to kill you, and then Jim here.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Jim. Pilcher, you can drop your gun belt and take your chances in court if you like.
My chances are better right here, Marshal.
Now, that's your choice.
It's always been my choice. Except for the night Jesse Daggett shot his wife. Did he tell you about that?
It doesn't matter now.
To me, it does.
You killed him, Marshal.
Yeah.
You hit?
No.
What's this all about, anyway?
A woman. Jim, I'm going to hitch up the stage and drive you into Dodge.
I'd be grateful for that, Marshal.
We'll have to go out of our way some.
Why?
Jesse Daggett's luck ran all the way out this morning. That's why.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M's, king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Don't forget, the Perry Como Show. All the top tunes on radio. And as Perry says, don't forget those Chesterfields. Get a carton for the weekend. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
in Brazil invites you on a moment and win us all in the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
I know you men have accepted money to make trouble in this camp. Now listen. There's a broken jaw waiting for every one of you if you're not out of here by sundown.
Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin!
Yes, over here, hey boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, a telegram come for you.
Oh, thank you. Listen to this, hey boy. Would you consider a job foreman, railroad construction crew? Need you, Willway, Nevada. Urgent, Alan Hurley.
Oh, this man make a joke, Mr. Paladin? Foreman railroad construction crew?
Well, I know this Alan Hurley, hey boy. I don't think he means it as a joke. I don't believe this telegram exactly covers the situation.
Mr. Paladin, hey boy advise do not accept offer.
Oh, why not?
Hey boy one time with members of Celestial Dragon Society work a railroad. Who? Very hard work. Foreman was very tough.
Oh, so you don't think I'm man enough for the job?
Well, you want to be like that, you go ahead. We don't pack gun. Pack a pick and shovel. You find out.
No, sir. No pick and shovel for me. If I'm the foreman, I'm the boss. You hear?
Oh, tough boss.
You bet.
So you want to be tough boss. Oh, telegram say urgent. So we go pack now?
Well, maybe there's time for another cognac and coffee. Please, hey boy?
Yes, sir.
And listen, hey boy, let's make no mistake about packing the gun. I'm sure Alan Hurley doesn't want to hire me just on my merit as a construction crew foreman.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
Where the train stopped to let me off, there was a water tank, a corral, and a framed building with a big sign that said, Pat Casey, Hauling. The one road that led from the railroad tracks was narrow, banked by sheer, rugged cliffs. I made the 99 miles to Willway and discomfort in a sort of combination freight and passenger mule-drawn coach, obviously a Pat Casey enterprise. When we finally reached Willway, we pulled up in front of a saloon adjoining the freight yard, and I went in. There was one other customer in the place, an old gray-haired man who was having an argument with a bartender. I didn't get the gist of the words, but I saw the old man reach for his gun when suddenly a long bullwhip flicked out from the top of the stairway and snaked around the man's gun arm, jerking it upward and sending the bullet wild into the ceiling.
You know I won't have that in my place.
It's robbery. That's what it is, robbery.
Take his gun, Vin. Now unwind the whip from his wrist. All right, Buster, what's your problem?
I got some more. I got to get to the railroad. Yesterday, he said when I come in, I could have a mule train for $400. Today, he tells me $700.
700? Vince told you that?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Vince was mistaken. The train will cost you $1,000.
$1,000? I can't pay it.
Oh, it's a shame. Oh, you can always walk over the mountain.
You...
And here, take your gun. You'll need it.
Well, you're not going to get away with this forever. You wait. Just you wait.
Now, what can I do for you, mister?
I just stopped in for a drink. It's quite a trick, that thing with the whip.
Yeah, I learned that for a vaudeville turn some years ago. It comes in handy. Vince, give this stranger a drink. I'll be up in my office. I'm busy. I don't want to be bothered unless it's important.
Sure, Casey.
Casey?
That's Pat Casey.
Pat Casey Hauling?
Yep.
Well, what do you know?
Pretty, ain't she? Ought to see her when she's got on one of them fancy dresses instead of them men's clothes.
Well, that old man in here, she was a little rough on him, wasn't she?
He ought to know. It don't pay to get Casey riled. Anybody's got a mind to do any freighting out of here has got to deal with Pat Casey. And it's easier when she ain't riled.
He got his ore this far, couldn't he use his own animals?
Casey owns the right of way. Do business with her, or, like she said, go over the mountain.
Quite a setup.
Quite a woman.
Which way's the King's Hotel?
Out the door and to your left.
Thanks. Hello, Hurley.
Oh, Paladin, come in.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm glad you got here. Sit down, sit down.
Yeah. Your wire said urgent.
Urgent? Minutes count, Paladin. We're working against a deadline so important that if we don't meet it, it means ruin.
Ruin?
Well, most of us citizens of Willway invested our whole future in the future of this town. But that was some time ago when we heard that the Central Pacific Railway was coming through here.
And instead they laid their tracks 99 miles away.
Yes. Yeah. And at first we thought Willway was going to be another ghost town.
Yeah, it's a sad thing to see a town die.
Well, we weren't going to bury it without a fight. There was one chance to save it, a connection with the railroad. So we promoted our own line. We're laying a narrow gauge track that connects with the Central Pacific.
It's quite an undertaking.
Well, it's been a battle all the way. Now that the end is in sight, it looks like we might lose after all.
Why's that?
Well, we've got opposition. Tough opposition. One Pat Casey.
Pat Casey. I just had the pleasure.
Well, you'd be surprised how much weight that woman can throw around. She fought us on the franchise. She fought us on the financial backing. Now she's fighting us on construction.
Well, I can see her point. The railway will certainly cut into that lucrative little business she has set up.
Now, the track's been laid to just 12 miles outside of town. We've got 3 weeks to finish it or lose our franchise.
12 miles in 3 weeks? Well, you ought to be able to do that.
Oh, under ordinary circumstances, yes. But not the way we're going. One delay after another. Trouble among the men, trouble with the equipment, all kinds of trouble that consumes precious time.
Trouble instigated by Casey?
Yes. Now, we need your help. We've got to meet that deadline.
You expect me to fight a woman?
That's why I sent for you.
Hurley, look...
Paladin, I'll lay odds you never had a craftier adversary.
Seems to me you have picked pretty rough country for your railroad.
Took our engineer and a party of surveyors exactly a year to lay out a route through here.
This, runs parallel to Casey's right away?
Just 5 miles east. Oh, there's the construction camp down there.
Listen, when I meet the men, you'll introduce me as the new foreman. Is that right?
Yes. Figured that'd be the way you could really keep your eye on what's going on.
I'm hardly qualified to boss a construction crew.
Well, the engineer will help you on any technical points. All you have to do is be tough.
Tough?
That seems to be it. Found out our last foreman was being paid off by Casey.
Guess her money is buying all your trouble.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh. What's going on down there?
That's the mess tent.
Sounds like a riot. Come on. Here. hear me? I said quiet. Now, what's going on here? Answer me. What's the meaning of this?
We ain't eating this slop. That's what.
Meal time is over anyway. Get back on the job.
Well, just who are you giving them orders?
I'm bossing this outfit. Now get back on the job, you hear?
Yeah, I hear you, mister. But I don't like the sound of you.
You want to do something about it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you don't. Next. All right. Anyone next? I know this man on the ground here was accepting money to make trouble in this camp. Now, you listen to me. There's a broken jaw waiting for every one of you on that payroll, every one of you taking that dirty money, if you're not out of camp by sundown.
You really scared them.
Getting tough didn't seem to help the cause any, did it?
Out of 30 men, we've got 2 left.
Well, those men wouldn't have done you any good. Casey was paying them off to see that the road was never completed. It's a cinch she'd get her money's worth.
Well, she's managed to accomplish her purpose anyway.
What do you mean?
I mean, we've been defeated, Paladin. By the time we have left, we'll not be able to get another crew together.
You mean there's no place around here you can line up some men willing to work?
Oh, we tried. These fellows we had all came from out of the state.
Early, exactly how much remains to be done?
Well, we blasted the cuts and laid in the culverts, put up the trestle work. All we need now are men who can swing a pick and shovel and lay down 12-mile of track.
Wait. A pick and shovel? Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I think I can get you a crew, Hurley. Let's get back to town. I want to send a telegram. Hurley, this is King Chang, otherwise known as Hey Boy. Those gentlemen lined up back there, the members of the Celestial Dragon Society, all ready to go to work.
Well, I certainly want to thank you, Hey Boy, you and your friends, for coming to our rescue.
Oh, Hey Boy, tell members Celestial Dragon Society, hard work, tough boss. Well, it's time. Telegram say, Mr. Paladin need help. You better go.
What did you tell the Carlton Hotel, Hey Boy?
I tell her, Carlton Hotel, Hey Boy, Moscow, have uncle in Salinas, very sick.
Oh, no. Hey, boy, you didn't use that old story about your sick uncle in Salinas again.
Oh, yeah, always work.
Listen, Hey Boy, we have less than 2 weeks now to lay 12 miles of track. Do you think you can do it?
Oh, sure. Don't you worry, Mr. Holly.
All right, hey, boy, the ties are stacked up by the railhead back there. The rails are on the flat car.
I want you to know those ties are worth their weight in gold. We had to scout around sawmills as far away as Wyoming to get those.
Hey, boy, get the boys lined up with picks and shovels. We'll get to work.
Excuse, please, but look like maybe better do something quick. Look like smoke come from where ties are stacked.
Oh, he's right. They're on fire.
Paladin, the fire's no accident. If those go up, we're finished.
Come on. Get the water buckets. Hey, boy, get the boys lined up to fight fire.
Oh, hello, Paladin. Come on in.
Why the long face, Hurley?
No, because we're licked. You know it. A week and a day to go.
Boys have been cutting ties in that stand of trees up the canyon.
Yes, I know. It's a good try, Paladin.
Hurley, you'd be surprised at what they've accomplished. I talked to your chief engineer. He figures that with what we've managed to save from the fire, we've got enough to finish the job.
He still thinks it can be done in time?
Well, providing we can haul those ties down from the canyon immediately, but we'll need every mule in the county.
Oh, well, you know who has all the mules in the county.
Yeah. I'm going to make a deal to hire them.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Maybe. But it's worth a try.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie, where have you been?
Well, it's a long story, Bergen. Remember, you said you wanted the car lubricated.
I said I wanted a Guardian maintenance lubrication. Like all Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Cadillacs, and Chevy and GMC trucks, our car deserves the best of service. And that means Guardian maintenance at our dealer service department.
Yes, well, I drove our car to our dealer's without an accident.
Oh?
Most of the way.
Charlie, where's the car now?
It's on Main Street between 4th and 5th.
Is it closer to 4th or 5th?
It's all the way from 4th to 5th.
All right, young man, you're going to get it now.
I'm only kidding, Durgan. It's just a scratch fender. Our dealer's GM trained mechanics have already got it looking like new again. It's part of their quality appearance service. Shall I still meet you in the woodshed?
You drove the car without permission. It's the woodshed. I'll see you there as soon as I phone the dealer.
Well, take your time. If you're not there in 10 minutes, I'll start without you.
Hello, Vince.
Oh, hello.
Pat Casey in.
Upstairs in her office. Want a drink?
Later.
Hey! You can't go up there!
You want up that?
Yes? Hey, what's the idea?
Well, Vince was right.
He was?
Ah. He told me I should see you in a fancy dress sometime, instead of those boys' clothes. Lovely.
Mister, I know how I look in a dress. I also know you're with that railroad outfit. Now, what do you want?
Yeah. I want to hire your mules.
It'll cost you.
We'll pay.
When you want 'em.
Hmm?
I said, when do you want 'em?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was expecting a fight. Does this mean you've come to realize how important the railroad is to Willway?
I'm not interested in anything that isn't important to Pat Casey.
But why the change of heart?
I can relax now. The country will take over. Have you looked at the sky?
No.
I know this country, mister. It fights back. I know it's going to rain. I know it's going to rain hard. I know it might even flood in those mountains. You'll never get those tracks laid in time, even if you have my mules.
We'll take the chance.
You fight hard.
You do, too.
Mine's a dedicated fight.
Has to be.
I swore I'd wipe the name of this town off the map, and I've just about got it done.
Why so bitter?
I was with a show troupe. My partner and I got stranded in this town. He was a sweet guy. The town wasn't very nice to us. We were used to that. But my partner was sick. Maybe if the town had been a little nicer, he'd be alive. I haven't the least idea why I told you that. I don't think a person in Willway remembers.
I'm glad you did tell me.
All right. You can pick up the mules when the money's on the line. I'm busy.
Yeah, over here, hey boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin. Boys found spikes in the last piece of track, but still has 3 miles to go.
Yeah, I know, hey boy. That track ought to be here any minute now. It was on a siding at the other end of our line. I saw it.
But, Mr. Paladin, time's short.
Yeah, I realize that. Midnight tonight.
Oh, somebody comes.
Probably Hurley. Well, he'll know just when the track will get here. What about the track, Hurley?
It won't get here.
What do you mean?
Flat car was derailed 8 miles up the way by a flood. The rails are buried in a wash, and there's no possible way to get them out in time.
You mean this beats us with only 3 miles to go?
How do you like that? At midnight tonight, because of those 3 miles, we lose our franchise.
Oh, my, must be something.
Hey, Hurley, how does that contract read?
Well, we agreed to have track laid from the Central Pacific lines through the city limits in a specified time.
And we're just 3 miles short of the city limits?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
All right. You know about the mountain coming to Muhammad, don't you?
What are you talking about?
Can you call a special meeting of the Willway City Council?
What, now?
Yes, it's an emergency.
Why?
In view of the potential growth of Willway, I think we should point out to the City Council that they should be far-sighted enough to allow room for that growth by extending the city limits 3 miles before midnight tonight.
Oh, Paladin, that's sheer genius.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you're head, huh?
Well, Hey Boy usually figures that you can get further that way than by being tough. Come on, let's go. Beat that deadline.
Well, this is a big day for our town.
Pretty exciting.
Oh, just about time. Train go.
Wait for me! Hold that thing!
Hey,
Wait!
that's Pat Casey.
Mister, hold it back, will you? Will I climb on that thing?
Yeah, of course. Here. You're leaving Will Way, Casey?
Yeah, had enough. Stay too long as it is.
Here, allow me up.
Thanks.
There.
Just put the bag down there. Understand you're from Cisco.
Yeah.
I may get out that way sometime. I'll look you up.
Yeah. Paladin. Carlton Hotel.
I'll remember. So long.
Good luck, Casey.
Thanks.
I've been working on the railroad all the long day. I've been working on the... Well, hello, Miss Wong.
Oh, Mr. Wong, so glad to see you home again.
We're glad to be home again.
So, Mr. Wong, look. Hey Boy's hands. He got a blister.
Oh, poor Hey Boy.
Oh, Hey Boy dig. Hey Boy swing a pick. Hey Boy work all a live long day.
Hey, boy, you and the boys did a fine job. Here. Come on in my room and sit down for a minute before you report into the hotel.
Oh, no. Hey Boy better go stay ready to start back to work. And, Hey Boy, so glad to be home. Never going to leave Carlton Hotel again.
Oh, Hey Boy, have to leave right away.
He has to leave.
Have
Why?
to leave. Oh, Chang.
Oh, Chang.
Hey Boy's uncle. In Salinas. He's very sick.
Oh?
Oh,
no. Miss Wong, you mean Hey Boy really has an uncle in Salinas?
Oh, Isa. He's sick. Hey Boy must go.
Hey Boy. This is like the boy who hollered wolf.
Isa, when you Hey Boy holler, uncle.
Thirsty people everywhere prefer ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And because it's light, it refreshes without filling.
Charlie, be sociable.
I am, Kay. Pepsi is a favorite of thirsty people from Maine to Hawaii, from Alaska to Florida.
Charlie.
It's perfect for parties or picnics, so serve Pepsi to your guests.
That's helpful, but...
This is the sociable part. Keep plenty of Pepsi ice-cold and ready. Remember, it goes fast because everybody likes Pepsi.
Singing still sounds more inviting. May I?
Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
But singing doesn't say, pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today. Better yet, get a case.
You do that.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Tim Graham, Charlie Lung, and Lawrence Dobkin. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Whine of a Saw. Close your eyes for 30 seconds. Picture a bowl full of golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies with strawberries and cream. Sure looks good, doesn't it? And listen, hear that snap, crackle, pop? Well, that's the Rice Krispies telling you how fresh and crisp they are. Yep, Kellogg's Rice Krispies make a cheery, delicious breakfast. Now have some tomorrow. And boys and girls, later in the program, you'll find out how to get the Aerodoodle rocket-launching beanie that Kellogg's Rice Krispies has for you. The work of United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles was never done. Theirs was a constant search for the outlaw, the con man, rustlers, bank robbers, and other of the lawless breed that ravaged the early West. One of their most hazardous adventures came as they rode into the forest lands of Utah and heard the blood-chilling whine of a saw.
Ben, you think we did the right thing in buying this tract of timberland?
Yeah, my honey, it was the only thing to do.
Yeah, but every cent we had went into it. If you don't get that contract from the Raleigh Lumber Company, you won't even have enough money to pay the hands.
Don't you go to worrying about that now. We'll get the contract. I've known Tim Raleigh since he was on the hard end of a saw himself. There goes another big one, Emma. That sure is a sweet sound to my old ears.
Yes, I know. Oh, look, Ben, here comes a stranger.
Wow. Howdy, folks.
Morning, stranger.
Morning.
I heard your saw's broken. I thought I'd drop by. I'm in the logging business myself. Name's Miggs. Folks call me Joe.
Oh, I'm Ben Potter. This is my missus.
Glad to meet you, Miss Potter.
I do.
Say you're in the logging business?
Yep.
Whereabouts?
North of Peace.
North of here?
That's right.
That's so. Ain't hearing no timberland for sale up there. You must have bought Sam Letter's acreage.
Nope, but I got a fine stand, and by this afternoon I'll have it sold. I hear the Raleigh Lumber Company's looking for logs. I was just on my way in to get their contract.
Contract with Raleigh, but...
Figured he'd get Tim Raleigh to sign with you, huh?
I sure do, no doubt about it. Well, I'd better be getting after it. I'll come by and show it to you on the way back. See you then.
Oh, Ben, what are we going to do?
Is the buckboard still hitched up?
Yes, it's right over here.
Then I'm going to town right now.
I'm going too. I'll get my bundle.
No time for that. Come on, climb up here. Give me a hand.
I'm in.
Good.
Ben, can we beat him to town?
Get up, Jude. Maybe by the shortcut. That Jasper ain't going to get that Raleigh contract unless it's over my dead body. Hook now. Run, Jude. Hit the town.
Well, Bill, it sure is pretty riding through this forest, ain't it?
Yeah, Jingles. It's a big relief from the hot sun of the desert, too.
Yeah, we very far from Mandrake now?
Nope. This town of government timber runs almost to the edge of it. Steady, Buckshot. What's the matter with you?
Bill, look there on the ground. That's what made him shine.
Ooh, Buckshot.
Oh, Joker. Bill, that man's dead.
I'm afraid you're right, Jingles. Yeah. Help me turn him over.
Yeah. Shot in the back, Bill. Now, who could have done that?
Jingles, You know who this is?
Huh? Yeah, sure, Bill. That's Ward Beeson.
That's right. Now things begin to add up.
Well, not to me, they don't.
Sure they do. Look over there. You see that saw hanging halfway through the trunk of that tree?
Yeah?
Ward Beeson was sent out here to guard this down to government timber. He caught some poacher cutting that tree down, and the poacher shot him.
Well, I'll be doggone. Bill, look yonder. There goes a buckboard headed down into the flat going lickety-cut. A man and a woman.
Wonder if they know anything about this.
I'll bet that varmint done the shooting.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah, steady, Joker.
All right, after him, Buckshot. Go, boy. Hi.
Stay on his heels, Joker. Ha-ha-ha!
They sure are in a hurry.
I would be, too, if I just shot a man in the back.
Jiggles, look up on that hill to your left.
Yeah. That coyote's shooting at them people in the buckboard.
He hit the man. Come on, partner. Put that 6-gun to work.
Bill, what have we run into? Looks to me like Utah's gone to war.
Whatever it is, we're in it now. Keep that Jasper in the hill busy while I catch the buckboard. Hi, Buckshot. Hi.
Oh, Joker, help!
This is Charlie Lyon and your singing cowboy friend Slim. Now, Slim here has one of those swell new beanie caps that shoots rocket planes. Is that the same kind the kids can get?
Sure is, Charlie. Nifty, huh?
Oh, I'll say. It's a bright-colored red and green cap, kids. A beanie. Now, on top of the beanie, there's a 4-inch tube. You put a rocket plane on the tube and blow it sky high. Hey, do you have one of the planes, Slim?
You betcha, right here. Say, you get 3 of them when you get this here outfit, too. Now, you put a plane on the launching tube, you put the beanie on your head, and then on the back of your beanie, you fasten the 20-inch flexible blasting tube and you blow into it. Zip! Up zooms the rocket plane right off your beanie cap. You ever see anything like it?
Oh, no. Say, how can a kid get a beanie cap and those rocket planes?
Why, shucks, it's easy. All they do is send in a box top from a regular or a large-size package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies along with 25 cents. They send it to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
That's right. Send a Rice Krispies box top and a quarter to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Better hurry. Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. As they rode into the forest lands of Utah, things suddenly began to happen fast with Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. First, they found an old friend shot in the back in the middle of the forest, then spotted a racing buckboard, and finally, a man on horseback shot the driver of the buckboard. The 2 lawmen immediately took a hand in the situation.
Bill, that Jasper's pulled over the hill out of sight. Want me to go after him?
Not right now, Jingles. Let's see about these people in the buckboard first.
Well, that woman's got the reins and she ain't waiting up for us. Hey, ma'am! Pull them horses down! Wait up!
You must think we're chasing her.
You keep away from me!
We don't mean no harm, ma'am.
I'll stop the horses, Bill!
All right, get them. It's all right, ma'am.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Whoa, Buckshot, whoa. We came to help you, ma'am. We saw it all.
Who are you?
Why, ma'am, you're speaking to Wild Bill Hickok, and I'm Jingles, if I may tip my hat to you.
Oh, my goodness, then I was wrong. That gunman shot my husband.
It's all right, Amy, honey.
Oh, Ben, I thought he'd killed you.
Easy now, Amy.
Here, mister, let me help you.
Yeah, thank you. Heard your partner say you was Wild Bill. I'm Ben Potter. This is my missus.
Howdy, ma'am. Looks like you got lucky this time, Ben. He just winged you.
Here, Ben. Got a bandage tore out of my petticoat. I'll bind it up.
Ben, you'd better see a doctor when you get to town. You headed for Mantrack?
We was when that dry gulcher started throwing slugs at us. Sure want to thank you for stepping in, Wild Bill.
You'd better let us see you on into town. I'll drive for you, ma'am. Here, take Buckshot, Jingles. And keep your eyes open. That bushwhacker might take a notion to come back. Up, boy. Go now. Go!
I sure hope he does. It'll be about the last notion he'll get in that ornery head.
Well, now, Mr. Miggs, I'm mighty glad to hear that you're set up to deliver logs in case I need 'em.
I sure am. So you can make up that contract right now, and we'll sign and seal the bargain.
Ben, he's here before us.
Tim Rowley, you ain't signed with this stranger, have you?
No, Ben, I haven't.
But he's gonna. Look, Raleigh, I'll deliver logs to your mill for $5 a thousand.
$5? Why, I can't even cut my trees for $7.
That's mighty tempting, Miggs.
He can't do it, Tim. It ain't possible.
Well, we got the horses tied up. Anything else you want of us, Ben?
Yeah, Ben, we'd be glad to drive you on home.
Hickok.
Well, if it isn't Joe Miggs, haven't seen you since I sent you to prison.
Yeah, I remember.
John Miggs. Bill, now I reckon things are getting mighty plain.
Just what do you mean by that, you big balloon?
You ought to know. I'll bet you're the coyote.
Hold it, Jingles.
Well, I'll bet he is.
Never mind. Miggs, you wouldn't know anything about some shooting that's been going on around the edge of town today, would you?
No, I wouldn't. Don't you start rawhiding me, Hickok.
Gents, I don't know what this is all about, but I've got a lumber mill to run.
Sorry, Mr. Raleigh.
What about my logs, Tim?
And mine. You better make up your mind, mister.
I'll buy the logs when they get to the mill. First delivered, sells first, at my price.
Ben, we still have a chance.
That's good with me.
Yeah, and me too, 'cause mine are gonna be there, and yours ain't, Potter.
Bill, that sounds like a threat to me.
Yeah, Miggs. You may not be looking for trouble, but if you stir up any, we're going to be around to take care of it for you.
You'd better keep out of my way, Hickok. You got me once, but you ain't getting me again. Not in living to tell about it.
I'm sure glad you and Jingles decided to come back with us tonight, Mr. Hickok.
Oh, me too, Miss Potter. Could I have some more biscuits and honey, please? Say about a dozen.
Jingles?
Well, 10 then.
You sure can, Jingles.
Bill, you mean to tell me this Joe Miggs is an ex-convict?
That's right, Ben. But that doesn't mean he's the one causing you trouble.
Well, I'll bet the next 3 biscuits on it.
Ben, the horses.
Bill, something's going on out there.
Yeah. Come on, let's have a look.
Somebody open the corral gate. All my draft horses are loose.
Jingles, come on.
Right with you, Bill.
Into the saddle, partner. Let's round up those horses. Hi, Buckshot. Chase them down, boy. Hi, hi!
Ho, ho, ho!
Well, that's the last one, Jingles.
Yep. Ooh-wee. They sure gave us a run for our money, Bill.
All right, let's get back to the house. Come on, Buckshot. Pick 'em up.
Go, Joker, go.
Bill, Jingles, come on in the house. I've got the coffee all hot for you.
We're coming, Miss Potter. Hope she kept them biscuits warm, too. I'm ready to start all over.
Woo, Buckshot, woo. We'd better leave Buckshot and Joker tied up here for the night, Jingles.
Yeah, they ain't got no business in that corral if some sneaking coyote has been on me, Miss. Who do you reckon it was, Bill?
Looks like your hunch might be right after all, partner.
Miggs?
I don't see who else it could be.
Come right in, boys. Got cups set out for you and the rest of the biscuits.
No, that's fine, Miss Potter. Thank you.
Bill, looks like I never get through thanking you and Jingles. I ain't much use with my arm and sling.
That's all right, Ben.
If it's Miggs, let's go get him.
You reckon it's really Miggs, Bill?
He seems right dead set on keeping your logs away from Raleigh's mill, Ben, and selling his own.
What gets me is, where's he figuring to get the logs in the first place?
Well, he must own a stand of timber somewhere around here.
Says he does. To the north, he said.
Yeah, but Ben, you said there wasn't no stand to the north. Except Sam Letter's place. And Miggs said he didn't buy that.
That's right. Only other timber that I know is that stand of government forest that you rode out of this morning, Hickok.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's up, Bill?
That's it, Jingles. Miggs offered to sell his stuff way below Ben's price, didn't he?
Yeah, $5 a thousand. But that ain't possible.
It would be if the timber didn't cost him anything to start with.
Bill, You mean that Jasper's figuring to cut and sell government timber to Tim Raleigh?
That's one way for him to get it free, Jingles. Come on. We'll scout up that way tonight and see if we can find his campsite.
All right, but doggone it, I never will get these biscuits finished.
There it is, Jingles. Right in that grove of trees.
Yeah, real good setup, Bill. Tents, Dutch ovens. Looks like somebody was planning to stay a while.
Keep your eyes open, Jingles. He's likely got a few gun slicks planted around.
I don't see any of them if he has.
Well, they'd be hard to see in the dark, partner.
Yeah, that moon don't give much more than a few shadows around the tents.
Let's get down and look around. Who, Buckshot?
Yeah, oh, Joker, who? Bill, I don't know whether I like this poking around here or not. Too many hiding places for some sneaking woodchuck to shoot from.
We've got to find out what's going on, Jingles. Here, this is the big tent. Light a match.
Here's one. Hey, there's a bunch of papers on that stump.
Yeah, looks like somebody's using that stump for a desk.
Mm-hmm. Find anything, Bill?
I sure did. Somebody's been scaling this timber, and these are the reports, addressed to Miggs.
Miggs?
That's right, Tubby Miggs.
Bill.
I figured you'd show up sooner or later, Hickok.
Bill, it's him.
Don't neither one of you move. I got the drop on you this time. You sure was interested in them papers.
Bill?
Easy, Jingles.
Keep 'em covered, boys.
You can't get away with this, Miggs.
Oh, can't I? You ain't so smart, Hickok, that a man with a brain can't outfigure you.
You killed Beeson because he caught you cutting government timber.
Sure, that nosy snooper.
And then we came along.
Yeah, you're going right where he went.
You low-down polecat.
You ain't gonna be calling me names long, big boy.
If you get us, there'll be others, Miggs. The law never lets up.
That's enough, Hickok. You ain't scaring me none. We just got back from fixing old Ben Potter's hash for good. Now, a couple of slugs for each of you saddle tramps, and I got clear sailing from now on.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Doggone yes, sirree. They're fun to listen to and fun to eat. When you put the milk on Rice Krispies, what happens? Why, they talk right up to you. Snap, crackle, and pop to tell you how crisp and how fresh they are. Sure they do. And do you know what the big talk about this talking cereal is right now? Well, it's about a whiz of a rocket-launching beanie cap that you can get. It's got a rocket-launching tube on top of it and a long rocket-blasting tube that comes around from the back of the beanie. Now, you fit a rocket plane on top of the launching tube, you blow into the rocket-blasting tube, and zoom-o, up goes the rocket plane. Why, she can go as high as a house, too. Now, you can get all this gear, the bright red and green beanie, the launching tube, the rocket-blasting tube, and 3 swell, blunt-nosed, sturdy rocket planes. Just send in your name and address on the box top of a regular or large-size package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies and 25 cents. Send the Rice Krispies box top and a quarter to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Send now to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. And now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles have just discovered the camp of Jaw Miggs deep in the stand of government timber. While they were absorbed in some papers they'd found, Miggs sneaked up behind them and got the drop on Bill and Jingles.
Bill, this Jasper's just mean enough to pull that trigger.
And that's just what I'm gonna do.
Just a minute, Miggs. What did you mean by saying you'd fix Ben Potter's hash for good?
Yeah, I did say that. And I reckon you ought to see what a smart guy I am before I plug you.
What's he mean, Bill?
Just step outside the tent and I'll show you what I mean. But no tricks or you'll never see it.
What do you reckon it is, Bill, that we could see from out here?
I've got an idea, partner.
All right, stop there. Now look across the trees to Potter's timber.
Bill!
A forest fire.
Yeah, pretty at night this way, ain't it?
Sure is, Miggs. Just pretty enough to make me want to see it closer. And you're in my way.
That's it, Bill!
Shoot him, you fool!
Well, it gets real confusing at night this way, don't it, boys? Now every one of you coyotes drop them gun belts and step back from them.
That goes for you too, Miggs.
I ain't dropping nothing.
I haven't got time to play with you, Miggs.
All right.
Gather 'em up, Jingles.
Sure, Bill.
Don't get any ideas. You won't live to carry 'em out. How you coming, Jingles?
I got 'em all, Bill. Now, what are we going to do?
We've just rounded up a bunch of firefighters, partner, and we're going to put 'em to work right now.
Firefighters? We ain't no firefighters.
Oh, you just set fires, huh? Well, you heard what Bill said, so you better turn into the best firefighters in this neck of the woods right pronto.
That's right. Now, all of you, walk to your horses and get on 'em. Head straight for Ben Potter's timber.
You heard him. Now move out.
You too, Miggs.
I'll get you yet.
You're getting nobody. All right, right for that forest fire, you coyotes. You're gonna put it out.
Or you're gonna die trying.
Hi, Buckshot. Ride for it.
Hey, Joker. Ho, ho.
All right, Miggs, work that shovel faster.
I can't work no more. It's killing me.
You said it, now put it out.
Bill, Ben's house is still safe, but Emma's scared to death.
She'll be all right, Jingles. We've just about got the fire turned back.
Does Emma would burn itself out?
Yeah. Dig in here and give us a hand, will you?
Sure, Bill.
Well, Jingles, that does it.
Yeah, and I'm darn near burned down as low as that fire.
All right, Miggs. You and that gang of coyotes line up here.
And make it snappy, you match-happy varmints.
Lay off, will you?
Hey, Bill! Bill, you did it! You sure you worked in the timber? And you caught Miggs and his gang, too.
Oh, Mr. Hickok. We don't know how to thank you. Look, Mr. Raleigh saw the fire and come out from town.
Well, Hickok. Got here too late to help with the fire, but I can do something else for Ben and Emma.
Well, what's that, Mr. Raleigh?
I'm contracting right now to buy all the logs they can haul to my mill. Here's my hand on it, Ben.
That's all the contract I need, Jim. Shake.
Oh, Ben. It all worked out after all, didn't it?
Yeah. Thanks to Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Do you hear that, Bill?
Yeah, partner. But before you bust any buttons off your vest, you'd better round up Miggs and his gang, and we'll lead them off to jail.
I sure will. All right, you varmints. Line up just like the Army. Hedge, head! Get that shovel straight, Miggs. Now, shoulders, shovels. Right, face. Forward, march. Don't know why I didn't think of this way of getting Owl Hoots to jail before.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Andy and I'll be back with you on Monday, folks, with a story about a real old Western feud.
Oh, not only that, but there's rustling and a lot of other shenanigans going on in what we call the Range War. Don't miss it, kids.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Irene Tedrow, Earl Ross, John Daner, Ed Max, and Dusty Walker. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the Hatchet.
It is 8:30 a.m., Sunday, May 16th, 1941. The Halleck family of Rock Point, Texas, is preparing to leave for church.
You want any more toast, Jim?
Nope. All I want's another cup of coffee. I'll get it myself. Why don't you sit down and eat?
Well, I would if I could get that boy to the table. Robert? Robert!
I'm coming, Ma.
You've been saying that for half an hour. Your eggs are getting colder. We'll be late for church.
All right.
And never mind that all right business. When your mother called you, you just come a-running.
Gee whiz, Pa, I gotta wash my face, don't I? I'll be right there.
Well, see that you are, you'll go without your breakfast. Now, you come sit down, Hattie. No need of your stomach being empty.
Just coffee will do for me. Seems like the older a boy gets, the harder it is to get him out of bed in the morning.
What time did he get in last night?
After 11. Him and Sadie Lewis went to the picture show.
I told him I wanted him home at 10 o'clock nights.
Oh, Jim, it was Saturday night. He goes to school all week.
Well, school will soon be over. He'll be working with me in the store all summer. Maybe he won't feel much like staying out half the night when he's been on his feet all day. Look at the time. Robert!
I'm here, Pa. I'm here.
Well, it's about time.
Well, get your breakfast, but the eggs will be like rubber.
I don't want anything to eat. I'm not hungry.
Well, why didn't you say so before your ma wasted her time and the food?
You gotta eat something.
I'll have breakfast when we get back from church.
Sure, that'll be fine. You can make more work for your ma that way.
Gee, Pa, I just don't feel hungry now.
Oh, leave him alone, Jim. I'll get him something later. I just put the dishes in to soak. You two want to get out of my way. Why don't you go next door and tell Mr. Driscoll we're about ready to leave?
Is he riding with us again?
Yes, he's riding with us again, so stop sulking about it. Come on. You ought to be glad to have your teacher for a neighbor. You wouldn't be at the head of your graduating class if it weren't for his helping you.
I see enough of him in school without seeing him Sunday, too.
Yeah. Well, when you get away to college in the fall, you might be wishing you had somebody like him close by to give you a hand. Ring the bell.
He don't answer. Maybe he went on.
He'd have told us. And I didn't hear his car. Come on, maybe he's out in the back. Mr. Driscoll! That's funny. Run up the back steps and take a look in the kitchen window.
Oh, why don't we just go without him?
Will you do like I tell you?
Okay.
See anything?
No, he didn't. Pa! Pa!
What is it, son? What's the matter?
Look at him, lying here on the floor.
Oh.
Pa, what is it? What happened to him?
Come away, son. Don't look anymore. Come away. I gotta call the sheriff. It looks like he's been murdered.
Sheriff Alvin Jeffers took one look at the scene of the crime and put in a call for the assistance of the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Mighty bloody job, Jace. No weapon in sight? Nope.
Judging by the marks, though, it was something with two edges, one blunt and one sharp. Probably a hatchet, Sheriff.
Either that or two weapons.
It's possible, but not likely. You say the JP's been here?
Uh-huh. As soon as we're finished, the body will be moved into the funeral home for autopsy. Establish time of death.
That'll help. Where'd your call come from?
Neighbors next door, the Hallecks. Man, wife, and son. Man and boy spotted Driscoll through the window when they come to get him for a lift to church.
I'd like to talk to him.
Sure, I told him to stick to home. We can go out back and hop the fence. Avoid that crowd out front.
Good. Front room looked like Driscoll went in big for books.
Yeah, he was an English teacher at the high school. Halleck's boy, Robert, was in one of his classes, I think.
Driscoll live alone?
Mm-hmm. A widower. Here, step on this box and hop the fence.
You go ahead. I can get over without it.
Okay. Well, Halleck saw us coming. There he is at the back door.
Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. Come on in. Thanks.
Ranger Pearson, Jim Halleck.
Howdy. Oh, my wife, Hattie, and my boy, Robert.
Howdy.
Howdy, Ranger.
You found Driscoll's body this morning? Me and Robert. Saw it through the window. What time? About 8:45. That's when we always leave for services.
Oh, Jace, I ought to call my office. Have the funeral home come for the body now.
All right, go ahead.
Mind if I use your phone, Halleck?
Help yourself.
I'll show you where it is, Sheriff.
Oh, you'd better stay, Robert.
Okay.
You and your dad found the body. Would you mind, Mrs. Halleck?
Not at all. In here, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Either of you see Driscoll yesterday or last night? We both saw him outside last night, a little after 6. I was coming home from the store. I sell groceries. Robert was outside waiting for me so he could take the car. Big date, huh?
Yeah.
What was Driscoll doing? Digging a flower border on his lawn. You talked to him? Just called to him after Robert took the car and drove off. Asked if he planned on riding to church with us. No sense taking 2 cars when neighbors are going to the same place. I see. That all?
That's all.
You didn't hear anything during the evening or the night? Nope. Me and Hattie turned in a little after 9. How about you, Robert? What time did you get home? What time did you get home? You can tell him. I know you was late. Your mother heard you come in.
A little after 11.
Where were you?
To a picture show with Sadie Lewis.
What did you see?
I don't remember the name of it. Bing Crosby's in it.
Jace, you gonna be much longer?
Oh, no, Sheriff. Why?
I spoke to my office. One of my deputies got a report. Rancher named Finney chased somebody off his place with a shotgun last night.
Doorbell, Hattie.
I'm going.
Did the deputy think the report might have anything to do with the Driscoll's murder?
Who knows? Fellow Finney saw was doing something around a cattle tank, though.
Good place to get rid of a weapon. Cattle tanks have been used before.
Well, maybe we ought to go out and take a look.
Yeah.
Robert? It's Jean to see you.
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Halleck, Sheriff.
Hello, Jean.
Yeah, I just drove in to see if Bob wanted to go out to the shack and camp, and I saw that crowd in front of next door. Somebody killed old man Driscoll, huh?
Yeah, I can't go with you today.
Well, yeah, guess not. Are you helping the sheriff, Ranger?
We're helping each other.
Well, boy, I sure hope you catch that guy. Mr. Driscoll was the best teacher we ever had.
We'll try to square things for him, Gene. Coming, Jace?
Yeah. Thanks for your help. We may want to talk to you again later. You're sure welcome, Ranger. Bye. Bye, man.
So long, folks.
Bye. So long, Ranger.
Who's that kid, the one who just came in?
You mean Gene? No, name's Gene McCready. Pal of Robert's. They go to school together. Why?
Just wondering. Robert Halleck ever give any of you any trouble around here? Yeah, we'll take my car.
No, he's a good kid. Why?
I just got a feeling he was covering up for something, that's all.
Like what?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be wondering about it. How far to Finney's place?
Turn off to the right about 6 miles out. Just this side of the Lewis place.
The Lewis place? Well, Robert Halleck says that he was out at a movie last night with a girl named Sadie Lewis.
Yeah, she lives out there. Mike Lewis' daughter. Only 15, but a big girl for her age. Lewis watches her like a hawk.
I'd like to stop by the Lewis place and talk to that girl.
Okay, we can go out there after we check at Finney's.
Well, right here's about where he was when I spotted him. I called, but he started to run. I threw a load of buckshot after him.
You didn't see who it was?
No, I didn't. I was too far off, about 300 feet back toward the house.
What time was that, Finney?
Oh, just before 11 o'clock last night.
Wasn't that kind of late for you to be out here?
Well, I've been visiting. I was cutting across the ranch, walking home.
From where?
Mike Lewis's place. We get together Saturday nights to play cards. Oh, no, not for money, just passing time.
You always carry a shotgun when you're passing time?
Well, matter of fact, I do. Bag a jackrabbit once in a while, going, coming between here and Mike's place. So I always tote a gun just in case.
I see.
I see better than you do, Jace. I've eaten out here. Mrs. Finney can do more things with a jackrabbit in a pot than most women can do with a chicken.
Okay, I was just checking. Now, about the fellow you saw.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, when he didn't answer my call, I fluffed him with a shot. Don't think I hit him, though. A little too far. Barely saw him as it was.
Which way did he take off?
Well, that way.
Highway's about a mile across country there. You chase him?
Yep, sure did. But I reckon he was a lot younger than me.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, after 2 minutes of running, I was puffing like an engine in a tunnel. He was pulling away with every jump.
Is there anything around here he might have been trying to steal?
No, not a thing. Unless he was trying to make off with a cow, and that'd be nothing to try on foot.
Well, Sheriff, guess we'd better chuck our boots and hop in there.
Into my cattle tank?
That's right, Finney.
But what for?
If we're lucky, the weapon that was used in the killing of the high school teacher, Driscoll. The cattle tank was big. The bottom was covered deep with a couple of inches of oozing mud and slime. We slithered around in it for almost half an hour.
Pretty thick along the bottom, Jace.
Yeah, it sure is.
I was going to have it cleaned out next month.
Looks like we're going to have to save you the trouble and the expense. We'll have to call a pumping crew, Sheriff.
Yeah, looks that way. Hey, give me a hand up, Penny.
Oh, no, easy.
Thanks. Wait over here, Jace, and we'll boost you out.
Okay, Sheriff.
Well, we're sure gonna feel silly if we have this pumped out and there's nothing here.
We'll feel sillier if we don't have it done and there is something here that turns up later. I think we ought to...
What's the matter, Jace?
Feel something. Here, under my foot.
Yeah, I felt it coming over this way, too. Some stones in the mud.
No, this is metal. Wait, I'll get it.
Ooh. What is it, Jace?
Look for yourself, Sheriff. Just about what we're looking for. A hatchet.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, The Hatchet, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
It was the murder weapon, all right. The blood had been washed away from most of it, but there was skin tissue and hair that had stuck to the blunt end, and...
Well, I reckon that's it, all right, Jace.
But who threw it away on my place, and why?
The killer wanted to get rid of it in a place he thought nobody'd be liable to find it. Must have thought of this spot last night.
That means he knew the place.
He wouldn't cross the range on foot unless he did. You say he ran off that way?
That's right. Like Sheriff said, the highway's about a mile.
He could have left a car there he was getting back to, or he might have cut off in another direction when you lost him. You have horses here, don't you, Finney?
Why, sure, but nothing like the one you're towing in that trailer behind your car. It's really a horse ranger.
I think so, too. What I want is a mount for the sheriff here.
Where do you figure on riding, Jace?
Out on the range, see if we can pick up a trail. I'll unload charcoal and start ahead, and you walk back to the ranch house and get one of Finney's horses and catch up to me.
Jace! Hey, Jace!
I'll wait for you, Sheriff.
Easy, boy. Find anything?
Track's all right. Not too heavy on this ground, though. They're easy to lose.
Yeah, but this is a straight shot from the ridge. Looks like he was sure going for the road, all right.
No doubt about it. If he left a car there, we might be able to find some tire marks where he parked.
Afraid you're going to be stymied there, Jace.
Why?
County just worked the roads over. Shoulders are all fresh gravel.
Oh? What's the shortest way to the Lewis Ranch? Go back for the car or keep riding?
Yeah, we'd save a little time going back for the car, not much.
Well, charcoal's full of run. Let's give him a chance for a workout. Come on.
Yeah.
The Lewis Ranch was big and well kept, but there was something dismal and brooding about it. When we got inside, I knew what it was. It was as though the place were reflecting the personality of the heavy-browed man who owned it.
So you want to see my daughter, huh?
That's right.
What about?
Just want to ask her where she was last night?
She was into the movie house with Robert Halleck.
We'd like a little more information than that, Mike. The ranger...
I know everything my daughter does. I can tell you anything you want to know.
That may be so, Mr. Lewis, but we still want to see her. That's an official request.
I'll call her. Sadie, come into the house. Into the parlor.
Didn't know anybody was here.
Sheriff and the ranger want to talk to you. They don't think you and Robert was at the show last night.
Nobody said that.
You don't
Lewis.
have to say it.
Look, if you can't keep out of this, you can take your mind-reading act into another room until we're finished.
It'd be better if you didn't interfere, Mike.
Go ahead, ask. Maybe I'll be interested in the answers, too.
Sadie, don't be nervous. Just tell the truth. Were you with Robert Halleck last night?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
We went...
Where did you go?
To the movie.
Remember the name of the picture?
The new one with Bing Crosby.
You saw that with me a month ago when I took you to Sweetwater.
I saw it again. There's no other show to see in town. Is there? Robert brought you the ticket stubs, didn't he, Pa?
Brought you the ticket stubs.
That's right, Ranger. Brought me the stubs. My daughter's supposed to be someplace. I want to make sure she's there. I'm not gambling on being fed any lies.
No, I can see that. You're not gambling that your girl might tell you the truth either, given the chance.
Reckon the law's got nothing to say about that.
I reckon not. Let me have that package, Sheriff.
Yeah, here.
What's in it?
Just something I want you to look at.
Hatchet.
Yeah. You ever see this before?
No.
How about you, Sadie? You ever see this before?
No, sir, I never.
Why are you asking us about it?
Just routine. This is the weapon used to kill Driscoll, the high school teacher. All right, Sheriff. Wrap it up again. Let's go. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah.
You ready, Sheriff?
Yeah. Goodbye, Mike. Sadie.
Bye.
Sadie, you been lying to me? Answer me!
Yeah, looks like Sadie's in for a rough time, Jace.
Yeah, she wasn't telling the truth. He knows it.
Her story ties in with Robert Halleck's, Jace.
I know. It'll be dark by the time we get back to Finney's place. Movie house open tonight?
Sure. Why?
I want to talk to the manager. The theater was a small-town showplace. The manager couldn't remember seeing Robert Halleck and Sadie Lewis. He referred us to the ticket taker. The ticket taker turned out to be Robert Halleck's pal, Gene McCready.
Come on, Gene, talk up. Was Robert here for the show last night, or wasn't he?
I don't know.
He's your best friend, and you were on the door last night. If he came in, you saw him.
Yeah, he was here.
Did he stay for the whole show?
No. No, he didn't stay for any of it.
How do you know? Did you see him leave before it was over?
Well, he didn't even go in. He just stopped by to get a couple of ticket stubs from me.
So that's it.
Why didn't you tell us that right off?
Because I promised Bob that if anybody asked, I'd say him and Sadie was here.
Well, why would anybody ask?
Bob thought Sadie's father might. He's asked me before when they were supposed to be here.
Well, I guess that's what we wanted, Jace.
Yeah, it's part of it, not all of it. Gene, I want you to forget that I asked you anything. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Let's go, Sheriff.
I guess we better pick up Robert Halleck and the Lewis girl, Jace.
Not yet. All we know is they didn't see the show. That isn't enough.
Don't see why not. This wasn't just a transient thing. Driscoll didn't have no enemies, unless it was one of his pupils hated him.
We can narrow it down to one student, though. Not until we've checked on all of them. I'm going to sleep on this tonight. When school opens tomorrow, I'm going out there. Driscoll had been a popular teacher at Rock Point High, but he had an iron-bound code of ethics where honesty was concerned, and that was the key I needed. I found the answer in a batch of test papers he'd been grading. I took the papers back to the sheriff's office.
Morning, Jace.
Morning.
Find anything out the school?
Plenty. Look at these.
What are they?
English class test papers of Robert Halleck and Gene McCready.
I see.
Halleck's mark's pretty high, 94.
Yeah. Hey, only half the answers on McCready's paper have been checked. His isn't graded.
Compare them and you'll see why. His answer to every single question is exactly the same as Halleck's, all the way down the line. Driscoll must have noticed it while he was marking.
You think McCready was cribbing his answers from Bob Halleck's paper?
Halleck was at the head of the class. McCready was just barely hanging on. Those papers were clipped together in the drawer of Driscoll's desk with this slip of paper. A few notes scribbled on it in Driscoll's handwriting. Here, read what it says.
Yeah. An obvious case of cheating. Flunk McCready. If Halleck knew of this, advise principal neither should be permitted to graduate. Well.
Test was on Friday. Driscoll must have been grading those papers after school let out. Halleck came home, but Gene McCready was sitting out a punishment in another class for being late.
That means Driscoll might have run into Gene Friday afternoon and asked him about it.
That's what I figured.
Of course, Gene could have told Bob later.
Yeah, he could have.
Robert Halleck's the boy, all right, Jace. He lied about where he was Saturday night, and Gene was working at the theater.
Maybe yes, maybe no. You get the autopsy report yet?
Oh, yeah. Came in this morning.
What time did Driscoll die?
Between 9:30 and 10:30 Saturday night.
Then we can't eliminate Gene McCready.
Why not?
He starts taking theater tickets at 6:30, but the box office closes at 9 when the main feature goes on again. He's got nothing to do after that. His work's finished.
Well, I didn't think of that.
You better give me the hatchet, Sheriff. I'll need it.
Sure. Got it locked in the drawer here. What's your plan?
You go out to the school, get Bob Halleck, and bring him to his father's store. I'll meet you there.
Would you want Gene McCready, too?
He's not in school. He's supposed to be homesick. We can pick him up later. I don't want him and Robert together.
Ranger, you're crazy. Crazy, I tell you.
Now, calm down, Mr. Halleck. You admit the hatchet comes from your place.
No.
A minute ago, you said it did.
Well, it disappeared months ago. It was lost.
It got lost again in a cattle tank. Where's your car?
Out back, through that door.
All right, let's look it over. Your son was using this car Saturday night.
Yes. Why? What are you looking for?
Hatchet had to be carted away from Driscoll's, and there was blood on it. I'm looking for a stain.
Well, you don't see any, do you?
No. I see a spot on the front seat that's cleaner than the rest. You smell that? It's been rubbed with gasoline.
Ranger, you're wrong. You gotta be wrong. My kid wouldn't do a thing like that.
Out here, Robert. Now, here we are, Chase.
Pa, what's the matter? Why did they take me out of school?
Son, whatever you done, me and your ma will stand by you. Now, tell him the truth. You were at the show Saturday. Tell him you were.
How about it, Robert? Gene said you just dropped by to pick up ticket stubs.
I wasn't at the show.
Why didn't you tell me? Why?
I couldn't. Because of Sadie's father. He'd kill her.
You better tell us what happened, boy.
Why, I picked up Sadie in the car at 6:30. We went into the movie house to leave the car with Gene and get the stubs.
You left the car with Gene?
Yes. So it'd be around the theater in case Sadie's pa came by.
Well, then what happened?
Then we arranged for Gene to meet us out at the crossroads between the Lewis place and Finney's at 11 o'clock. So I'd have the car to take Sadie home.
See, Ranger? He didn't have the car all the time.
Go ahead, Robert. Where did you and Sadie go?
We went for a ride with somebody who picked us up behind the theater.
What do you mean by somebody? Who?
Sadie's mother.
What? Why, Sadie Lewis's mother is dead.
No, she isn't. That's what Mr. Lewis tells everybody. They were divorced before he moved here with Sadie.
Could that be true, Sheriff?
Well, Jace, I don't know. Mike Lewis always said his wife died.
She didn't. He just hated her, that's all. And, well, if he finds out Sadie's been seeing her, he'll beat her up.
All right, Robert. I think you're telling the truth. There's something I want you to identify. This.
Why, that's our old kindling hatchet.
Where'd you see it last?
Well, the shack. Me and Gene built a shack up in the woods last fall. We go camping up there. I built most of it because Gene, he was working part-time after school at Finney's ranch.
That's right, Jace. Gene did work for Finney for a while.
Come on, Sheriff. We'd better go pick him up. Gene McCready wasn't at his home, and he wasn't sick. We got the location of the shack he built with Robert Halleck, got horses, and rode into the woods to look for him.
There's the shack, Jace, just through that clump of trees.
Yeah. Come on, Sharky.
Hey, the door's opening. It's Gene.
Howdy, Gene.
What are you doing up here?
Just come up to take you into town, Gene. A few things we want to ask you about.
Well, like what?
Like how you spent Saturday evening between the time you stopped taking tickets and the time you met Robert at the crossroad between the Lewis place and Finney's.
Come on, Gene. I'll boost you up behind me.
Well, can I get my jacket? It's inside.
Go ahead.
Hey, he don't look guilty, Jace. Not a bit rattled.
I know. Well, we could be wrong, but you better give me your holster, Sheriff, if he's going to ride behind you.
Yeah, I guess you're... Look out, Jace!
You hit, Sheriff?
No, but I hit him. He had a rifle in there. Stepped out shooting just as you leaned over.
Oh, you hit me.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a flesh wound through the side.
I didn't want to hurt him, but Mr. Driscoll wasn't going to let me graduate, the old fool.
All right, shut up and hold still till I fix this wound.
Will he be all right, Jace?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to do that, shooting a kid.
Yeah, but his being a kid doesn't make you bulletproof. And it didn't stop him from killing Driscoll. There. All right, Sheriff. Let's rig a litter and carry him in.
Gene McCready was just old enough to stand formal trial for the murder of his high school instructor. On September 20th, 1941, he was taken to the state penitentiary at Huntsville to serve out a sentence of 25 years.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
There's a poem that was sent to me by Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez, who's commander of Company B of the Texas Rangers. It's not only amusing, but seems to reflect the thoughts of many a police officer. I hope you'll enjoy hearing it. It's called Not Guilty. I guess I've seen 1,000 men go in this jail and out, from tramps with month-old whiskers to rich men with the gout. Not one of them was guilty of the crimes the law accused. Seems they were all just victims of some officer's abuse. From the time the keys are rattled till they're locked up in the cell, their voices, though they differ from a whisper to a yell, the song is always just the same that everyone will sing. I don't see why they put me here. I haven't done a thing. Makes no difference what they've done or how mean the crime has been. When they're locked behind those prison bars, they're always free from sin. Though the evidence be solid and their voice with guilt may ring, they'll stand right up and tell you, I haven't done a thing. Good night, folks. See you again next week. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Parley Bear, Mike Barrett, Sam Edwards, Joe Duvall, Tom Cook, and Gerald Moore. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music, fun, and prizes Monday through Friday on NBC to help your busy morning along. Tommy Bartlett brings you Welcome Travelers. Walter O'Keefe MC's Double or Nothing. Clever quizmaster Bud Collier asks the questions on Break the Bank. Jack Birch presents Songs and Stories, and Dave Garroway with Melody and Humor. That's Monday through Friday on NBC. Now, hear the $64 question. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 25-year-old man is found hiding in a freight car in a deserted train yard. In his arms, he holds the body of a dead woman. The victim's identity is unknown. The suspect refuses to talk. Your job? Investigate. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, January 18th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Warman. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:38 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide detail.
Joe?
Hi. They cop out to anything yet?
Nothing. I keep asking him questions. Might as well be talking to myself. He might be in a state of shock.
No, I don't think so.
You got anything on him from R&I?
No, he's clean. You and Stahl want to get over to the morgue, roll the dead woman's prints?
Yeah, sure. Maybe you'll have better luck with him. See you later.
Yeah, sure. Here's your driver's license, Gordon. Better put it back in your wallet. Gordon, put it back in your wallet. Now, look, son, I don't think you're helping yourself much by keeping quiet. There's a lot of explaining to be done here, and I'm afraid you're the only one who can do it. Gordon? All right, son, it's just a matter of time. You're going to have to tell somebody sooner or later. Why won't you tell us now? Come on, what do you say? Well, look, son, I'll tell you the truth. I don't get the reasoning behind all this. We know there's nothing wrong with you. We know you can talk all right. You talked to the officers in the radio car who brought you in. You know as well as I do, you're going to have to explain what's happened here. You're going to have to explain that dead body. You want to get it over with now? Look, Gordon, if you didn't kill the woman, you haven't anything to worry about. And if you did, we're going to find out anyway. Who was the woman, Gordon? Will you tell me that much? What's her name? You know her very long? Did you know her very long? What was she to you? Do you want to tell me that? She's a fairly middle-aged woman in her early 50s, I'd say. Is that about right? Was she your mother, Gordon? Older sister, maybe? Any relation at all? What's the matter, son? You feeling sick? How about a cigarette? All right. Bother you if I smoke? I hope you haven't got the idea we're trying to trick you into anything, Gordon. We've got a dead woman on our hands here. We've got to find out why she's dead. Now, what do you say? No use looking up at the clock, son. We're stuck here till we find out about that woman. That goes for both of us. Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah, Jack. No, not right now. Ought to be back about a half hour. Yeah, half hour. Right, I'll tell him to call you. Bye. I got an idea, Gordon. Might want to set your mind at ease. Now, number one, if you think we're out to build a frame against you on this thing, let me tell you that you're wrong, and I'll prove it to you, son. I'm going to tell you exactly what we know about this case, everything. And when I'm finished, maybe you can fill in the blank spots for us, huh? What's the matter, your headache? Some aspirin in my locker there if you want some. No? All right. Here's all we know about it. Now, one of our radio cars, 1A4, answered a call from the night watchman down in the freight yards. He told the officers that he'd spotted a man wandering around down at the far end of the train yards near the west gate. Watchman only saw him at a distance. but he said he could make out the man and that he saw that he had a woman with him. She must have either been sick or she had too much to drink because the man appeared to be dragging her along with him. The two of them disappeared behind a line of boxcars on the siding. When the watchman went out to look for the two people, he couldn't find them. Called the radio car, and when the officers got there, they started searching. They finally found you hiding back in the corner of an empty boxcar there. You were holding that dead woman in your arms. There wasn't anything the officers could see that might have caused the woman's death. There were no marks on the body, nothing visible anyway. When they tried to question you, all that you'd tell them was your name and that you didn't want to live, that you didn't care what happened to you. Now, that's about the size of it, Gordon. Did I leave anything out? Gordon? Oh, yeah. There is something else. From what we could gather, the dead woman had been doing some drinking before she died. Matter of fact, looks like she was a pretty heavy drinker. And another thing, we know you and the woman got into the train yard down by the west gate. We know that you dragged her body across the freight yards to that empty boxcar that they found you hiding in. The heel marks from her shoes lead from the sidewalk through the dirt directly to the door of that boxcar. We could see where you dragged her body from the door back to the corner of the car. Now, that's the whole story so far, Gordon. You want to fill in the rest? Son, how about it? Who is the woman? All right, look, how about these items we found in your pocket, Gordon? This address book here. Is this a woman's name in here? Or this handkerchief with a lipstick on it? Were you out with another girl tonight? Were you, son? If you were, it might help to tell us who she is. Do you hear me, son? How about this lady's ring you had in your pocket? Name Elizabeth engraved on the inside. Does that tie in at all, Gordon? Who's it belong to? Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, Frank. You get an ident on her? Mm-hmm. H-O-F-F-M-A-N. 2 N? Right. You going out there now? Okay, take O'Donnell with you, huh? Right, let me hear from you. What? No, not yet. No. All right, bye. That was my partner, Gordon. The officer who was in here with you. They took the dead woman's fingerprints. They've got her identified, son. It's Elizabeth Hoffman, age 52 years, music teacher. Last known address, 5473 6th Avenue. They're on their way out there now to check it. All right, relax, Gordon. That window doesn't lead anywhere. Now, you want to take another look at this ring? You got a fair idea that it means something, Gordon. They examined the dead woman's hands. They know she was wearing a ring recently. Her name's Elizabeth Hoffman. Name Elizabeth engraved inside this ring. Now, look, boy, we're going to get the answer sooner or later. How about it? What were you doing with this ring in your pocket? Now, let me tell you something, young fella. I don't know what's bothering you, but whatever it is, we're going to find it out. Now, get it through your head. You're in a bad spot. If you're not interested in helping yourself, then neither am I. The monkey's on your back. You're going to have to help scratch it off. Now, get with it. What's it all about? All right, let's have your driver's license. Come on, get it out. All right, I'll take it. Gordon John Miller, 2055 Malcolm Avenue, Los Angeles. Hello, information? If you have a phone listing for 2055 Malcolm Avenue, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. 32192. Thanks a lot.
Put the phone down.
You ready to tell us?
No, I won't tell you.
All right, any way you want it, Gordon.
You can't call them. I won't let you. You can't call them.
All right, take it easy.
They can't tell you. They don't know. Give me the phone.
Right,
You
sit
can't.
down. I said sit down. If you won't answer the questions, we'll find somebody who will. Give me your wrist. Now sit still. Now, the sooner you get it through your head you're not here on a traffic ticket, the better. You're going to stay cuffed to that chair till we're ready to book you. I'm sick of treating you like a baby.
They can't tell you. They don't understand. They can't tell you.
They can't be any worse than you. Now, sit still there. Hello, is this the Miller residence? 2055 Malcolm Avenue? My name's Friday, ma'am. Police Department, Central Homicide. Who's this speaking, please? I see. Miss Miller, are you related to a Gordon Miller? Your brother? Uh-huh. No, he's not hurt. There's nothing wrong with him. Ma'am? Yes, he's here. We're holding him. Wonder if you'd be kind enough to come down here to the city hall. It's the city hall, yes, ma'am. It's important. We'd like to talk to you. No, as soon as possible. Yeah. You can get in through the Main Street entrance. Main Street, M-A-I-N. It's room 42 on the main floor. Just ask for Friday. That's my name. All right, thank you. Goodbye. It's your sister Lillian. She's on her way down, Gordon.
It's not going to help. She doesn't know. None of them know.
Who's them? You mean your family?
You shouldn't have called. They don't know about it. They can't tell you. Why did you have to call?
You know why, Gordon. We gave you plenty of chance to tell us yourself. The answers have to come from somewhere.
What answers? What do you want me to say?
Homicide, Friday. What? How's that again? No, I'm afraid you have the wrong extension. You want vice detail. Just a minute. I'll have your call transferred. Yeah, would you give this call to 2607? Yeah, thank you.
I ask you, what do you want me to say? What do you want?
It's pretty simple, Gordon. Just tell us what happened tonight, will you?
She's dead, isn't she, Elizabeth?
Yes, that's right.
There's nothing else to say. I killed her.
Why did you kill her, son?
I'm not sure, really. I'm not. I think I felt sorry for her. I killed her, though. I know that much.
You murdered the woman, but you don't know why?
Yeah. I keep trying to remember. I can't. Doesn't seem real.
You've been drinking, Gordon?
Yeah. 2 or 3 days. We were going to have dinner tonight. We started drinking cocktails before. Quite a few. We never had dinner.
What do you mean by we?
2 of us. Elizabeth and I. Elizabeth Hoffman.
Where were you drinking?
I don't know. I'm telling you the truth. I keep trying to remember.
No marks on the body, Gordon. None we could see anyway. How'd you kill her?
I killed her. That's enough, isn't it? I murdered her. Please don't talk anymore.
I'm sorry, son. That's not even half the story. You admit you killed a woman. You won't tell us why. You won't tell us how.
They wouldn't let her alone. They kept hounding her. They drove her out of her mind.
Come on, son. Snap out of it. That's not going to help any. All right, come on.
Yeah.
Now, what's it all about? What'd you have to do with it?
Known her for 10 years. She was my music teacher. Piano. Brilliant woman. Elizabeth was a real artist.
You've been taking piano lessons from her for 10 years, is that right?
Yes, sir. Elizabeth was arranging a concert tour for me. South America this fall. She said she was sure I'd be a success. I couldn't fail. Concerts in 8 cities, all over South America. We were going this fall. We were going to leave in August.
Mm-hmm. That have anything to do with her death?
I guess so, in a way. She did everything for me, and I had to kill her. Only one who believed in me. I can't tell you. Last 2 years, I didn't have any money to pay for my lessons. She didn't care. She even fed me, took care of me when I was sick once. She did everything for me.
Well, you know, this is pretty hard to understand, son. She did everything for you, then why did you kill her?
What makes you think that's important? She's dead and I killed her. You always ask why. It's not important how she died.
It is to us. Now, how'd you kill her, Gordon? Why'd you take her body down to the freight yards?
Should have known Elizabeth when she was alive. You never met a woman like her. Just wonderful. Talent, she was brilliant, understanding. Great woman, warm. No one like her, Sergeant. Great human being.
She drank quite a bit, didn't she, Gordon?
Yes. She drank. Reason for it, though. Reason that way with a lot of brilliant people. Drink once in a while.
She drank more than that, didn't she?
She had a reason for it. Who are you to sit in judgment on her? Elizabeth was a brilliant artist, great woman. Great. One of the finest musicians in the country, a great woman.
She was a drunk and a bad drunk. Now, let's face it, son. You know that as well as I do.
You're a liar. She wasn't. You're a rotten liar.
6 drunk arrests in 14 months. That's what her card reads in the record bureau. Those are the only times we know of. Now, how many can you add to it?
She drank. She thought it was the only way out for her. Wasn't any other way.
Yeah, well, you're talking in circles here, Gordon. Get it straightened out, will you?
You want to know why Elizabeth drank? Go ask my family. They'll tell you. They'll tell you a lot of things if you want to believe it.
What can they tell me that you can't?
Nothing. But they'll try and pretend they know. Liars. I don't want any part of them. They don't want any part of me.
Don't you live with your family now, Gordon?
I haven't seen them for a year. I don't want to see them.
Why not? Don't you get along with them? Your father and your mother?
My mother's dead. Died when I was 12. Just my father and my sister.
What's the matter? Don't you get along with them?
I just want them to let me alone, that's all. Just let me alone.
How about Elizabeth Hoffman? Your family know her pretty well?
Yeah, they know her. I didn't understand her, though. I really loved her. She loved me.
I don't think I follow you, son.
I knew you wouldn't understand. I was in love with Elizabeth. She was in love with me. We were going to get married.
You're 25 years old, Gordon. Is that right?
Yes.
Elizabeth Hoffman was 52. That's what our records show here.
What about it?
Well, 27 years difference. That's a little unusual, wouldn't you say?
What of it? Everything that's great is unusual. That's what makes it great. I loved her. Time didn't make any difference. A few years, what's that? I loved her more than any woman in the world. She meant everything. I didn't care if she drank. I didn't care if she was old. You don't stop being beautiful just because you grow old. Elizabeth was beautiful.
Well, the drinking didn't help her much.
I don't care about that. I'll still say it. She loved me and I loved her. Believe me, please, I loved her.
All right, I believe you, son. Let me ask you this.
Yes?
You say you respected her. She was talented. You were grateful to her. She was generous. She made sacrifices for you, did everything for you that she could. Is that right? She loved you and you loved her. You were going to marry her.
Yeah. This fall, on the way to South America. Going to be married. What we always wanted. Elizabeth would have been so happy. So happy.
Yeah, well, then why did you kill her?
Joe?
Yeah, Frank.
See you in a minute?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Something I think you ought to know.
Yeah.
John and I checked the boarding house the Hoffman woman was staying at, checked her room. It's clean. Everything in order.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Miller had the room next to hers. Shook his place down, too.
Anything?
His bags were all packed. Looked like he was ready to go. Something else.
Yeah.
On the kitchen sink, bottle of poison.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, more and more smokers coast to coast are switching to Fatima's every day. Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette with the added protection of Fatima quality. Prove Fatima quality yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on king-size Fatima than ever before.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Switch to king-size Fatima today. Ask your dealer for the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Tuesday, January 18th, 11:55 p.m. My partner Frank Smith and I continued questioning the murder suspect, 25-year-old Gordon Miller. While he freely admitted to the murder of his music teacher and fiancée, 52-year-old Elizabeth Hoffman, we still were unable to get him to give us a good reason for the murder. Whenever we put the question to him, he either refused to answer or he was evasive. We got the same results when we questioned him about how he killed the Hoffman woman and where he killed her. 12:20 a.m. The interrogation went on.
But you ought to remember where you killed her, Gordon. You say the two of you left the rooming house, you stopped for some drinks, and you went for a walk. Where'd you walk?
Down Arlington Avenue. We kept walking, then we turned off. We walked for a long time.
Were you anywhere near the freight yards when you killed her? Can you remember that?
No, I don't know. Like a nightmare. There's so much of it, I guess I don't want to remember.
And what's the last location you can recall, Gordon? I mean, before you found yourself in the freight yards.
Olympic Boulevard, I think. Someplace on Olympic. Kept walking and walking. I don't remember why.
You remember packing your suitcases before you left the boarding house?
Packing? Yeah, I think I do. Elizabeth and I talked about going away for a few days, someplace out of town. I think we're going to go tomorrow.
They checked both your rooms, Gordon, yours and Elizabeth Hoffman's. They found your bags packed, but there was nothing about her room that indicated she was going away. Everything was in order. Can you explain that?
I don't know. Maybe she didn't have time, hadn't gotten around to it. I guess you found the poison, too, huh?
That's right.
I got it 2 days ago. We thought about it. We even wrote a letter explaining why we do it.
Yeah.
We didn't have the courage, though. Neither one of us. Talked about it and decided to forget it. I've told you everything. There isn't anything else to say.
Friday? Yeah. Oh, all right, Jeff. Send her in, please. You're Lillian Miller, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I don't want to see her. I don't want to see her.
She's your sister, Gordon. She wants to see you.
Please, keep her out. I'll keep her away.
Gordon?
My name's Friday, Miss Miller. Come on in, please. Have a chair, won't you?
Thank you. How are you, Gordon? It's been such a long time. How have you been?
Chair, Miss Miller?
Thanks. Poor kid, what is it, Gordon? What's the trouble about? Honey, what is it? Won't you even look at me?
Get out of here. Let me alone. Get out.
Please, Gordon, don't. I'm here to help you, honey. They called me tonight. They said you're in trouble. What is it? Let me help you, please.
You can't help. She's dead. Now, will you go home? Elizabeth's dead. I killed her.
Merciful God, no.
Will you take her out of here, Sergeant? Tell her to go.
You don't know what you're saying, honey. He's not in his right mind, Sergeant. I know he isn't. Please, Gordon, you have to let us help you. I called Dad before I left. He's on his way here now. We'll get you a lawyer. Don't worry, honey. It'll be all right. Everything will be all right.
She's dead. Can you bring her back?
You couldn't have killed her, couldn't you?
Pounding her, torturing her? Why couldn't you let her alone? Why couldn't you let us alone?
We only did it for you, Gordon, and we thought it was best for you.
You fool, you fool.
Say anything you want, Gordon. I don't care, but let me help you, please. It doesn't count what I am. Just let me help you.
I'll get it. Okay, Jeff, thanks. Henry Miller, the boy's father.
I don't want to see him in here. I don't know him. He's not my father.
All right, take it easy, Gordon.
Please, honey, try to understand. We only want to help.
Who's in charge here?
My name's Friday, Mr. Miller. This is my partner, Sergeant Smith.
The handcuffs on my son. Gordon, who did it? Who put them on you?
I did, Mr. Miller. The only way we could settle him down.
Taking quite a bit of authority in your hands, aren't you? Get them off of him right now. No reason to handcuff him.
Sorry, can't be done.
I said take them off. I have a little influence in this town. I'll see to it that the police commission hears about this. Now, what's my son doing here anyway?
It's the Hoffman woman, Dad, Elizabeth Hoffman.
What about her?
She's dead. Gordon says he killed her. Dad, we've got to do something.
Don't tell him anything, Gordon. Don't say a thing. I'll get a lawyer for you right away. I know what your rights are. Don't tell him anything.
Did you know Elizabeth Hoffman, Mr. Miller?
I knew her slightly. Can't see what this fuss is all about anyway. Woman wasn't any good to begin with. No good at all.
You ought to be glad I'm handcuffed to this chair. I never thought of hitting you before. I'd like to do it now.
Please, Gordon, don't say those things.
As far as I can remember, you've been nothing but trouble. Now, either you snap out of it this time or you're on your own. I'm sick of this. Police stations, trampy women keeping you out of jail. Either you start to realize who's boss in this family or there's going to be real trouble. You'll find yourself out in the cold, you'll stay there.
Get him out of here. Get him out of my sight.
Please, Dad, he's not well. Try and understand.
I've had enough, Gordon. I'll send a lawyer for you. That's all I'll do. If you make up your mind I'm boss, you can come home. If not, you can stay away. Now, figure it out for yourself. I don't care.
I hate you. I hope you never forget it. I hate you.
Dad.
I'll see you at home, Lillian. It's the maid's night out. Lock the door before you go to bed.
Please, Dad, we've got to help. Don't leave, Dad. God.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
Will you lock me up now? I'm tired.
All right, Gordon, just a minute. Frank, you want to stay with him?
Yeah, okay.
Miss Miller, can I step outside for a minute? Something I'd like to ask you.
Yes, all right. You'll let me see Gordon again?
Yes, ma'am. Come on this way. Now, look, about this Elizabeth Hoffman, Miss Miller. Did you know her at all?
I tried to talk to her. I even offered her money if she'd let Gordon alone. It wasn't any use. She'd been drinking. She wouldn't even listen. Kept saying she was going to marry Gordon.
Well, what's the big attraction, do you know? I mean, between your brother and that woman.
There's only one thing Gordon ever really wanted. Wasn't too interested in women, things like that. All he wanted was to be a musician, a great pianist. That's all he ever wanted. Sad part about it is he'll never make it. I think down deep he knows that. When he was a kid, Dad sent him to the finest teachers. After 6 months, they all said the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
He'd never make it. Oh, he could play well enough, but he certainly wasn't exceptional. He never improved. He just stayed the same. And he started taking lessons from Elizabeth. She convinced him he had a great talent, kept telling him she'd make a great pianist out of him. The last 3 years, she kept promising to take him on a tour, Europe, South America. It never happened. I think Gordon knew it never could happen.
I see. Can you think of any reason at all why he'd want to kill her?
There isn't any reason, none at all. Gordon didn't kill her. He couldn't kill anyone, I'm sure of it.
Well, I hope you're right, Miss Miller, for your brother's sake. Would you excuse me for a few minutes, please?
Yes, all right.
You wait here. You can sit down if you want to. I'll be right back.
All right.
All set, Joe?
Yeah, in a minute. Gordon?
You ready to go?
I'd like to ask you one more question, son. I'd like to have you tell me the truth on this one.
Yeah?
What did you have in common with Elizabeth Hoffman? She was twice as old as you are. You gave up a lot for her. She didn't have any money. She was an alcoholic. What was the big attraction?
Why did I love Elizabeth? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's right.
You tell me, Sergeant. Why do you love any woman? Why? Because you need him. You need him. You can't be alone. Nobody can be alone. I needed Elizabeth. That's why I loved her. There's only been 2 women in the world who understood me. One of them was Elizabeth. The other one was my mother. She died when I was 12. Now they're both dead. Both of them. Only ones who understood.
Yeah.
My father didn't understand. He never did. All he knows is business, making money, more money. That's why he hated Elizabeth. He was jealous. She understood me. She knew what I was like, knew all about me. When I was with Elizabeth, I was safe. I was happy close to her. There wasn't anything to be afraid of. I'd go to her just like my mother. I'd put my head on her shoulder, and she'd put her arms around me. I wasn't frightened anymore. I was safe. Everything was all right, just like when I was a little kid in the night. I'd call out for my mother. She was always there. She'd put her arms around me, and everything was safe. I wasn't afraid. I needed her. It was the same way I needed Elizabeth. Do you understand now? Now do you know why I loved her?
Yeah, I think I do. Only one question left. Why did you kill her?
I don't know. I really don't. Maybe I'll remember.
Look, Gordon, are you sure you killed her?
She died in my arms. I must have killed her. Tomorrow, maybe. Maybe I'll remember tomorrow. Is Lillian still here, my sister?
She's waiting outside.
Did you hear my father, what he said? Told her to be sure and lock the door?
Mm-hmm.
Just like my father. They don't have to lock that door. It was locked 13 years ago.
How do you mean?
It was locked the day my mother died.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 19th, an autopsy was performed at the county morgue, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that examination.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, recently I had the pleasure of taking part in a benefit in San Francisco. While I was there, I met and talked to a lot of smokers who told me that they'd switched to Fatimas. They'd found that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Well, now I'm convinced that you'll switch to Fatimas for the same reason. Get yourself a pack of Fatimas tomorrow and compare them. You'll find they give you more for your money. An extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Remember, look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Buy king-size Fatimas.
The results of the autopsy performed on the body of Elizabeth Hoffman showed definitely that she had suffered from a chronic heart condition aggravated by excessive drinking. Cause of death was listed as myocarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle. Gordon Miller was released from custody and completely exonerated of the death of Elizabeth Hoffman. 18 months later, he took his own life.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Vic Perrin, Herb Ellis, Harry Bartell, Joyce McCluskey. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. George Fenneman speaking. King-size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Attend the Republican Convention on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all Maricopa County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 139. Regarding a man wanted for murder, Ben Knight, last seen headed for California in a 1925 Studebaker, accompanied by 2 young girls and a woman. That's all.
action in tonight's case starts in Maricopa County, Arizona, and then jumps to Los Angeles. Investigators from the Rio Grande Oil Company, while talking with the officers of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, were proud to hear this statement from the Arizona officials.
Your radio program, Calling All Cars, is a powerful influence for good. We know that it explains police work to the people of Arizona is getting us a lot of cooperation with citizens. It's only fair to tell you that your gasoline is just as good as your broadcast. That's obvious, or we wouldn't have renewed our contract to use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively for another year. In our work covering the many miles of Arizona mountain and desert roads, gasoline is mighty important. We never yet found any gasoline to equal Rio Grande cracked. We get more miles to the gallon, and that's not talk. Our records prove it. But even more important, we get better all-round performance, all the speed and power and quicker starts that emergency cars must have.
And then, from the Los Angeles officers who worked on tonight's case, we heard the other side of the story.
You can tell the world that we think Rio Grande cracked gasoline tops them all. Every emergency car in Los Angeles is powered with this gasoline. We've got to have the most powerful and fastest gasoline made. And for years, we've never found any brand any better than Rio Grande cracked.
And that's the kind of reception our Rio Grande crime investigators get wherever they go to gather material for Calling All Cars. Everywhere it is sold, Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl is now powering more police and emergency cars than any other brand. We ask you to try Rio Grande cracked in your car so that you, too, can enjoy police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Sheriff James McFadden of Maricopa County, Arizona. Sheriff McFadden.
Good evening. The case you're about to hear is one of the most recent and most bloody crimes we've had to solve in Maricopa County. To my mind, it is an excellent example of the absolute necessity for cooperation between law enforcement agencies. The days when a sheriff was called upon to keep the peace only within the confines of his own county have long since gone. With high-speed transportation at hand, the criminal's first thought is to get as far away from the scene of his crime as possible. You will hear in tonight's broadcast how efficiently a sheriff's office 400 miles away, an office which might have had every reason to be disinterested in the apprehension of a fugitive from Maricopa, worked to bring about that fugitive's apprehension. Far beyond the routine duty of arresting and holding, the men of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office questioned and cross-questioned the suspect and presented us with a typewritten transcript of the questioning to bring back to Phoenix with our man. It is cooperation like this that will, when it is nationwide, eventually convince the criminal that crime does not pay.
December 29th, 1935. Two men are walking along the bank of the Salt River near Coldwater, Arizona. One wears the Levi's, wide hat, and high-heeled boots of a rancher. The other, the jodhpurs of an Easterner.
Now, the river here is the north line of the property, Mr. Stanhope, and it extends south further than you can see.
Ah, but it's so barren. I'm looking for an investment out here. I want to get a return from my land.
Look down in the valley there. See that wide patch of green?
Yes.
And that's lettuce. And over there, that white section, that's cotton. This land will grow anything, Mr. Stanhope, anything.
Well, this property of yours apparently hasn't grown anything but cactus and sagebrush.
I never irrigated it. I've been running cattle on it. But all you need to do, like the Bible says, to make the desert bloom like a rose is dig yourself an irrigation ditch and run some of the Salt River through your land.
Well, I don't know. It's very discouraging.
What's the trouble?
I nearly fell over that sack there.
That's one of the sacks the cotton pickers use. It looks like it fell off a truck. Just a minute, Mr. Stanhope. I'll show you what sort of stuff you can grow on this land. You know anything about cotton?
Oh, a little.
Wait till I get the second side. Now, I'll show you the longest staple cotton this side of the Swine River. Yeah, there we are. Now, just look here. For the love of...
My God, what is it?
A dead body beaten to a pulp.
Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff McFadden speaking.
See, Sheriff, I just found the dead body tied up in the sack down here near Coldwater. So that's all we know, Sheriff. Mr. Stanhope just stumbled over him.
Either of you recognize him?
Never saw him before.
I'm visiting from the east, Sheriff, and naturally
Any marks of identification, Allen?
No, sir, not a thing. No laundry marks, nothing in his pocket.
There's always fingerprints. Call the coroner and ransack this place for the murder weapon.
Yes, sir.
But apparently, there is not a single clue. A posse of deputies is unable to locate even the scene of the crime. The fingerprints of the victim are sent to Washington for identification, and the first development in the case comes back to Sheriff McFadden by telegraph.
Fingerprints unknown, murder victim identical. J.C. Cobb, alias J.C. Costello. Number 45742, received State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. July 1928. Second-degree burglary, 1 to 15 years. J. Edgar Hoover, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Washington.
But this identification is of little help in an agricultural county where migratory workers come and go with the seasonal crops. Another week goes by while deputies search for the crime scene. For information about Cobb, they find nothing. And then one evening, 10 days after the body was discovered, 2 cotton pickers are trudging along the riverbank toward the ranch when...
Let's cut across here through the brush, Ben. Too far around the road. I don't want to step on no rattlesnake. What you talking about? There ain't no rattlesnakes out this time of year. There might be. Oh, you're nothing. Go on. You cut across. I'll take the road. Hey, Ben. What? Come here a minute. Look what I found. What, a rattlesnake? No, worse than that. Look. Blood. Yeah, all over the ground. Hey, look at this. What is it? It's a wrench with blood on it. Hey, we better tell the sheriff about this.
Calling car 5, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, calling car 5. Go to the Rio Grande gasoline station in Coldwater and pick up 2 men. Go to the Rio Grande gasoline station in Coldwater and pick up 2 men.
There they are, Ben. Boy, didn't take them long to get here.
You the boys we were to meet?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
Well, we found a place down the road a piece where there was blood all over the ground and we found this wrench. It's got blood on it. Yeah. So we called the sheriff. And he told us to wait here for you.
Well, hop in and show us where the place is.
Here we are.
Somebody sure took a beating here, no mistake.
Yeah, look at the way these branches are broken on the Palo Verde.
And you can see here where the body was dragged to the road.
Looks like this is what we've been looking for 10 days. Listen, boys, do either of you know J.C. Cobb?
Chuck Cobb? Sure. He used to work in the fields with him.
How long ago?
Oh, up until a week or so before Christmas. Then he didn't come around no more. We figured he drifted on to California.
Did he hang around with anyone in particular?
Yeah. Him and Ben Knight was pretty chummy.
Where's Ben Knight? Does he work here?
No, Ben went away, too.
When?
About the same time Chuck did.
I think it'd be worthwhile to talk tonight, Jack.
I agree with you. Come on, boys.
Where do you want us to go now?
To the morgue to identify a body.
After the 2 ranch hands have positively identified the body of the murder victim as J.C. Cobb, they are led into the Sheriff McFadden's office, where Allen and Bazard make a complete report of their findings. The sheriff takes over the question.
Either of you boys have any idea where this Ben Knight was from?
Yeah, I think he was from Oklahoma. From Shawnee, Oklahoma. Yeah.
Shawnee, Oklahoma. Where did he live while he was working on that ranch with you?
It was, out to the Giant Cactus Auto Court. Yeah, him and the wife and kids, they all lived out in the Auto Court.
Giant Cactus Auto Court. Allen, you and Bazard better get out there. I'm going to get in touch with the sheriff at Shawnee, Oklahoma for a check on Knight.
you the owner of this camp?
Yep, cleanest auto camp in Arizona, bar none.
Yeah, it looks fine. But we're not here to rent a place. I'm Deputy Sheriff Bazard, and this is my partner, Deputy Allen. We're looking for a fellow named Knight. You know him?
Ben? Oh, sure. He was here for some time.
Was? You mean he's not here now?
No, he and the whole kit and caboodle of them moved out here last week.
When last week?
Well, it's about 28th, I think. Yeah, the 28th.
Did he say where he was going?
No, not exactly, didn't he? Said something about going into Phoenix and then something about California. That's about all.
Did you notice anything unusual about Knight when you last saw him? He seem excited or anything?
Well, I don't know that he's any different than usual. Seemed to be in kind of a hurry to get out of here, but then that didn't mean anything. He's that kind of a person. He's always on the go.
But he did seem in more of a hurry than usual when he left here.
Little, I guess.
Did you happen to know whether his friend Carl was with him?
No, don't think he was. I hadn't seen him around at all that day. Guess maybe he went into Phoenix or somewheres. He was always getting ideas about going somewhere.
Upon further investigation, it is learned from people at the camp that Knight, his wife, and 2 children left in the Studebaker sedan belonging to Carl. That Carl was not with them at the time. A complete description both of the car and of the wanted man is phoned to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Homicide Detail, and a request for aid in locating the wanted Knight. And a couple of days later, Sheriff McFadden calls Allen and Bazard into his office.
Well, boys, we've just about broken this Carl murder.
Yeah? How's that, Sheriff?
I just got this from the sheriff at Mizpah. Postcard from Knight addressed to his brother who lives there. He gives his address as Venice, California, 722 Sunset Boulevard. Now, I've called Gene Biscaluz and asked him to pick up Knight. And I want you boys to start for Los Angeles right away.
Deputies Allen and Bazard roar across the desert to Los Angeles and are met by Deputy Sheriffs Marshal Zeno and PM Cuno of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office. Promptly pick up Ben Knight's trail, arrest him, take him for questioning. Knight denies everything.
That's the trouble with trying to do a favor for a guy. All you get out of it's grief.
What do you mean, Knight? Helping someone? Who did you help do what?
This fella you're trying to tell me I killed, that's who.
You mean Carl?
Yeah, Carl. He asked me to do him a favor, and I do it. And now look, here I am hauled into jail and told I'm a killer.
Well, suppose you tell us just what you mean by doing him a favor, Knight.
Sure, I'll tell you. Then you'll see what I mean, all right. We was trying to find work out there in Arizona. And Chuck, he had this Studebaker, see?
Yeah?
Well, anyway, the day after Christmas, Chuck went out to a ranch somewhere to see the foreman. And I went over to a letter shed to see about getting a job. Well, when I come back from the shed, I find a guy waiting there to see me. Says he has a message from Chuck.
Who was the man?
I don't know. He was a stranger to me. So anyway, he tells me that Chuck won't be back, that he's in some kind of trouble, and that he wants me to drive his Studebaker to California and leave it at a certain address.
And so you just take this stranger's word for it and pack up and leave, eh?
Well, I was afraid not to.
Afraid of what?
This stranger, he threatened me, sort of.
Suppose you tell us about it.
Well, he said I'd better do it and not ask questions, or it'd make me wish I hadn't. And I didn't want no trouble, so I did like he said.
Why did you kill Cobb, Knight?
I didn't kill him.
What did you use, a hammer or a wrench?
I didn't use anything. I didn't kill him.
That's your story, and you're going to stick to it, eh?
It's the truth.
All right. Take him away, Sergeant. I want to talk to Mrs. Knight. Now, Mrs. Knight, I want you to be very careful in what you say. I want you to answer my questions as truthfully as you know how. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. In the first place, why did your husband come to California? Did he tell you?
Well, I don't know what he told you.
That's all right. I want to know what he told you.
He just said that he was bringing the car over here for Chuck. That's all.
Did he say anything about Chuck having an accident?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, Mrs. Knight, didn't this sudden move strike you as strange?
In a way, yes. But then we've been wanting to come to California for some time.
Well, what prevented you from moving before, Mrs. Knight?
Well, Ben had no car, but it wasn't good enough to make the trip. I reckon he was afraid it would break down before we got here.
So the main idea was to get hold of a good car.
Why, I reckon so. I don't rightly know. Ben never told me very much what he was thinking.
But you know that he wanted to come to California, that he needed a car to do it. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that'll be enough for now, Mrs. Knight. Thank you.
Repeatedly questioned by the Los Angeles officers and by the Arizona officers upon their arrival, Knight sticks to his thin story of why he drove Kolb's car to California. Wasting little time, deputies Allen and Bizard return their prisoner to Phoenix, where Sheriff McFadden is told the same vacillating tale. Ordering Knight to his cell, McFadden leaves him alone to think it over. After 36 hours of solitude, Knight sends word he wants to see the sheriff. A turnkey escorts him to McFadden's office, where...
Well, Knight, ready to talk?
I want to tell you what really happened.
Good.
I've been thinking it all over.
Yeah, I thought you would.
And I realize that it won't do me no good to lie about it.
That's right.
It was self-defense.
Then you admit that you killed Kolb.
Yeah, but it was self-defense. He tried to kill me first.
Why didn't you say that when you were in Los Angeles?
I don't know. Only I was so scared I didn't know what to say, and then after I told you that story, I was afraid to back out.
But now you're ready to tell the truth, eh?
Yes, sir. It was self-defense. Chuck and I was out fooling around, and he suggested that we rob old Bradley's store and get some money that way. And I told him that I wasn't no thief, and he called me a lot of things, and we got into a scrap.
And you hit him with a wrench.
He grabbed a big file and tried to hit me with it, and I got scared and hit him with a wrench I had in my hand.
What were you doing with a wrench in your hand?
We'd been working on an old tractor that was there, trying to get a chain off of it, and I had the wrench still in my hand.
All right. Go on.
Well, when I hit him, he fell down, and then I got scared and tried to revive him. I got some water from the river and threw it on him, but he didn't move. So I figured I'd better get him out of sight until I could think.
So you dragged him all the way to the riverbank, put him in a sack, and trussed him up, eh?
Yes.
Why'd you go to all that trouble if it was self-defense, Knight? You could have told the authorities all about it.
I was scared at what I'd done, I guess.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But I didn't hit him first. He hit me.
So you hit him back, and then after he fell down, you hit him some more. Why'd you do that?
I don't know.
Well, I do. Because you didn't want him to live. Because you needed his car to get out here to California. Isn't that right, Knight?
No, I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident.
Sure.
Knight sticks to his story of self-defense. Is soon brought into the Maricopa County Superior Court, charged with the murder of Charles Kolb. Witnesses are brought before the jury, questioned and re-questioned. Attorney for the state, Wilmer, puts Knight on the stand and leads him through a long series of statements, but fails to arrive at any conclusive proof of guilt. And finally, after all the witnesses have been heard, after long weeks of endless court procedure, Attorney Wilmer stands before the jury and completes his summary.
And you 12 good citizens are going to bring that verdict in. It's entirely upon your shoulders whether the perpetrator of this brutal, cold-blooded murder shall be set free to prey upon society, or whether he shall pay the penalty he deserves. I have endeavored during the course of this trial to show you the discrepancies of the defendant's story. You have heard him change his statement several times. And now I have but one thing left to do. I want to show you in my own words what really happened on that fateful day when Ben Knight deliberately stalked his prey to a lonely spot in the desert with only one thought in his mind: to kill it. As I see the picture of this crime, I see two men standing beside a tractor that lies unused and rusty in a small clearing. Not far away is a river. And as I see them, they are talking.
I don't see any sense in this. Coming out here to this dump just to get a few parts of this tractor. What are we going to do with them when we got them?
Don't be so darn impatient, Chuck. We can sell this stuff in Phoenix and get some dough. Not much, but more than we got now.
Well, it don't make sense to me. The way you've been acting lately makes me wonder about you anyhow. You've been so darn thoughtful all the time. You look like you're miles away, just thinking about something. Hey, what's going into you anyhow?
I've been thinking about California, Chuck. I want to get out of this stinking desert and go to California. That's what I've been thinking about.
Well, what's holding you? Why don't you go and get it over with?
I didn't know how until just today, Chuck. I couldn't figure out how to get there. But I figured it all out.
Yeah? How?
You're going to help me, Chuck.
I'm going to? How?
You don't know? You haven't any idea what I mean?
Huh? Hey, now you're looking funny again. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway, Chuck?
Nothing's the matter with me, Chuck. I'm just thinking about California and how you're going to help me.
Hey, friend. Hey, stop staring at me, will you? Hey, you look terrible.
Do I, Chuck?
Hey, stop staring at me, Ben. Ben, hey, what are you doing with that wrench? I know. You think you can kill me and take my car, huh? That's what you're thinking. I can see it in your eyes. Hey, Ben, don't hit me with that wrench. Ben, for the love of God, don't.
That's what I mean, Chuck. That's how you're going to help me. But you gotta be dead before I can go. You gotta be dead. Now I can go to California, and you can stay here where you won't never worry no.
And that is the same man who sits here in this courtroom today and says he is a victim of an attack on his life, who claims his actions were self-defense. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't let this heinous murderer go free. It would be too ghastly to think of him roaming loose to kill again when the mood came upon him. I say you must make a decision, and that decision must be guilty of first-degree murder. The state rests its case.
The attorney for defense prepared to make his plea.
I should like to ask for a brief recess, Your Honor.
The request granted. Court recesses for 1 hour.
Court is now in session.
Is the counsel for the defense ready now?
I am, Your Honor.
Then you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a little while ago you heard my worthy colleague, Mr. Wilmer, tell you in many graphic and dramatic words exactly how he thought this so-called murder was done. You may notice that I use the word thought. I do that because there has been no definite proof offered in this court at any time since this trial began that the defendant was guilty of murder. You have seen only one side of the picture, the one shown you by the prosecutor. I feel that you have a right to see the other side. I know that when you do, you'll realize that the defendant did no more than you or I might have done under the same circumstances, protected his life when it was threatened. I'm going to ask you to go with me to that same clearing that you were told about a while ago. And as our eyes focus on the scene, we find the same two men.
Make any sense to me coming away out here for a couple of parts from an old tractor?
Now, don't be so darned impatient, Chuck. We can sell this stuff in Phoenix and get some dough. Not much, but more than we got now.
Yeah, and so what? I'm getting sick of this place. All we've been doing is going from place to place trying to find work. And when we do get it, what have we got anyhow? Nothing. Hey, listen. Why don't you fall in with me on that deal, Ben?
Listen, Chuck, I wish you'd stop talking about it, because I won't go. And what's more, if you pull anything like that, I'll tell who did it.
You're what?
You heard me. I said I'd tell who did it. I'm not going to have you living with me and the wife and kids and going around robbing places, see?
Why, you yeller...
Don't say it, Chuck. You're only getting sore over something that you know I'm right about.
Ah, you ought to smack you one. And what's more, to think I will.
Now, listen, Chuck, don't be silly.
Shut up, you liver-bellied stool pigeon. I'll teach you to make wisecracks.
Put that file down, Chuck, and stop acting like a lunatic.
I wanted to slap you many times, Ben, and now I'm going to right now. And there's no use whining about it.
Chuck, stop it. I'll let you have it with this wrench if you come any closer.
You dirty rat, you.
I didn't want it, Chuck. I didn't want it. Chuck! Water. Gotta get some water for him.
And there you see what actually happened. Not murder, but self-defense. And what was the first thing Knight did? He tried to revive Paul. He ran and got water and threw it on him. But it was too late. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I ask you to believe me when I say that the defendant, Ben Knight, is an innocent man and deserves justice. And one thing more before I close. Remember this. Chuck called the victim was an ex-convict. 2 times before, he'd been confined in San Quentin Penitentiary for a robbery and assault. Now, all I ask is that when you come out of that room in there, you bring a fair verdict back with you. The only fair verdict there can be in this case. Not guilty.
Is the prosecution wish a rebuttal? Just a very short one, Your Honor. And I should like it now with no recess. Very well, you may proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to bore you with any long speech. You've heard enough speeches for one day. I merely wish to point out one rather gaping discrepancy in Mr. Fellowes' story. A discrepancy that is as damning as though the murdered man were in this court himself to point an avenging finger at his murderer. If you will think carefully, you will remember that at the time of the actual killing, or assault, the way counsel for defense told it, Chuck Cobb was walking slowly towards the defendant, facing him. And Mr. Fellowes went on to say that he raised the file he held in his hand and made a motion toward Knight. Now, I want to know just this. If Chuck Cobb was facing Ben Knight when he was hit with the wrench, how does it happen that the doctor who examined the body found that the back of the skull had been crushed and that there were no wounds on the front? It would have been utterly impossible for Ben Knight to hit the victim in the back of the head if he was facing him. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The state rests.
Has the jury arrived at the verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will the clerk of the court read it, please?
We, the jury, after carefully considering the facts in this case, find Benjamin Knight guilty of murder in the first degree.
Benjamin Knight, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. Therefore, it is the sentence of this court that you be executed in the lethal gas chamber at Providence Penitentiary on a date which will be set later by this court. May God have mercy on your soul.
Let us remind you again that the police officers involved in this case, both in Arizona and California, drive cars powered exclusively with Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the gasoline that is specified by the leading cities and counties of the West because it is proved to be the most economical gasoline money can buy. You have often driven past a Rio Grande station near you. Next time, won't you drive in, please, and get acquainted with our services? Ask for your free copy of the Calling All Cars News and read about these crimes you hear on the air. Ask about the 14 free gifts, a complete detective outfit that Rio Grande offers free of charge to every boy and girl. Of course, you'll try a tank full of tetraethyl-treated Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Now, there's just one thing more. We pride ourselves that Sinclair motor oil, featured at all Rio Grande stations, has not yet been equaled. You hear a lot about new motor oils with new features, but you'll find all these features and more in Sinclair motor oils. Prices start at 25 cents a quart in sealed cans, and we guarantee that your car will be perfectly lubricated with Sinclair oil in the crankcase. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
How do you do? This is Ty Brooke. I suppose you've often wondered if innocent men ever hang, and if guilty men are ever set free. But have you considered how delicate are the scales of justice, upon how little the balance sometimes depends? Those cases in which up to the last moment the verdict of the jury is in doubt. And yet the difference between guilty and not guilty means life or death to the man who stands in the dock. On what does that difference depend? Apart from the obvious factors, of course. Does it depend upon the degree of counsel's conviction of his client's innocence, the ability of the prosecution of the defense, the attraction or aversion of the jury to the man in the dock, or perhaps the judge's breakfast on the day of the trial? Let us consider the case of Robert Wood, the shabby genteel artist, as somebody called it. It was brought to the Old Bailey 40 years ago because of a little sketch he drew on a postcard. You know what doodling is, don't you? Most of us do it. I'm drawing one while I'm talking. We draw peculiar designs on a blotting pad. But Robert Wood, being an artist, drew much better doodles than you or I. In fact, some of them turned into actual sketches. Robert Wood was a super doodler. He doodled in the dock. It is noon on September the 12th, 1907, a Thursday. Bertram Shaw, a young railway cook who lives in Camden Town, London, is returning from night duty on the railway. He has just called on his mother, and with her, he is now proceeding to his flat at 29 St. Paul's Road. They don't speak very much, but his mother notices something odd in the young man's behavior.
What's the matter, Bertie? You really tired? You seem all on edge.
You are, Mother?
Oh, come on now. You can't hide anything from your old mum. What is it, son?
Well, I'm taking you back to my flat today for a special reason. I'm taking you to meet my fiancée.
Your son? But Bert, when did you get engaged?
We only decided yesterday. Well, that is...
Who is she? Have you known her long?
Yes. Well, you see, her name's Emily Dimmock, and everybody calls her Phyllis.
So she's at your flat now?
Yes, and Steve, be nice to her when you meet her mother. She's had a hard time of it all her life, and she really is the sweetest girl. You'll see for yourself. Actually, Bertram Shaw and Phyllis Dimmock were known as Mr. and Mrs. Shaw in the rather disreputable neighborhood in which they lived. What the young man did not know was that his intended bride was taking advantage of his night's work on the railway to live a very different life on her own. With his mother beside him, and anxious to get the occasion over and done with, young Shaw hurriedly entered his flat. There he was brought to a standstill. His beloved Phyllis was lying on the bed in a peaceful attitude of repose. But something was quite definitely wrong. You see, her head had been cut off.
CID Inspector Neal here. Oh, yes, Doctor. Oh, you've examined the body. Yes, I see. Well, what time would you say the murder took place? 3 o'clock this morning. Yes, well, near enough anyway. Sleep, was she? Yeah, right, right, Doctor. That's all for the moment. Right, thank you. Goodbye. Sim. Yes, sir? Sim, take 2 men with you and question everyone you see around St. Paul's Road where this Dimmock woman lived. She was known as Phyllis or Mrs. Shaw. Try the pubs in the district. She was that type. Yes, sir. And I want to know everything you can find out about her. But especially, I want to know her movements for the last 4 or 5 days. It shouldn't be difficult. She was well known in the neighborhood.
Inspector Neal had practically nothing to work on. But late that afternoon, a ship's cook was brought in to see him.
Ah, you knew the deceased?
Yes. Well, I passed 3 nights at her place. Sun, Mun, and Q.
Sun, Mun. Oh, I see. Yes. And what about Webb, last night?
Now, I was with the bloke I shared bins with. I was trying to win some dough off him at cards. We was in the evening.
Oh, check that, will you see? the Eagle last night, and you didn't see this woman.
Oh, I seen Phyllis.
Was she with anyone?
Yes. Young chap. I don't know his name. I've seen him together before. As a matter of fact, at the Eagle and the Rising Sun.
What was the man like?
Young, nice looking in a way. Didn't look very strong. Sort of shabby genteel.
Shabby genteel. Now, can you tell me at what time you saw him?
Several people stated that they had seen this shabby genteel young man in the company of Phyllis Dimmock at various public houses during the past week, and it was finally established that he was with her as late as 11:30 on the night of the murder. But who was he? Where was he to be found? Inspector Neal returned to the scene of the crime, the flat at 29 St. Paul's Road. What he found there put him in a much better spirit.
Simmons, I've just been looking over the flat again, and I found this postcard behind the lining of the door. Evidently, it was the one the murderer was searching for when he ransacked the room. Oh, now I see it, sir. Yes. Phyllis, darling, if it pleases you, meet me at 8:15 at the... What's this drawing, sir? The Japanese flag? Well, use your imagination, Sims. What's it look like? Oh, it's a sun, sir, isn't it? Well, what sort of sun? Setting sun, I suppose. No, Sims, a rising sun. The name of the pub. Oh, I see, yes. Meet me at 8:15 at the Rising Sun. Yours to ascend the runners. Well, at least we've got a name to go on. Oh, I'd have it, that this is some sort of joke. Several of the cards we found were addressed in that handwriting. This is the only one with a message on it. I believe these postcards were written by the murderer, and that he tried to find and destroy this particular postcard. I also think he is our shabby, genteel friend. Oh, isn't that rather jumping to conclusions, sir? No, well, look at the postmark on that card, Simmons. The Sunday before the fatal Wednesday. He must have received the card on Monday. The appointment was therefore for Monday night. We know from two witnesses that he was with our young friend at the Rising Sun on Monday night. If we don't jump to the conclusion that he wrote the postcard, we might as well give up the job. Yes, of course, sorry. How do you propose to take this Rising Sun postcard and these three others and have them published in facsimile in every newspaper in the country? Then, Sims, we shall just have to sit back and wait.
But what a long shot Inspector Neal was backing. How likely was it that anyone would recognize writing from a few words in a postcard reproduced in a newspaper? But Ruby Young did. Ruby Young, pale, delicate, with jet black hair and deep blue eyes, a refined, beautiful face that was a great asset in her work as artist model. Up to 3 months ago, she had been receiving countless letters from her loved one, an artist. These letters were long and flowery, interspersed with charming and witty little sketches. When Ruby Young saw the Rising Sun postcard in a Sunday paper, he immediately took up a pen and wrote to the man she loved, Robert Wood.
My dear Bob, you came to me the other day and asked me if anyone questioned me to swear I always saw you on Mondays and Wednesdays. I agreed to say this, though we've hardly seen each other since our quarrel. In the paper today, there is a postcard from you to a woman who has been murdered. Oh, come in. Come on.
Ruby, I'm in trouble.
Yes, I know you are. That's your handwriting, isn't it?
Be patient, darling, and I'll explain all to you. I've got to have an alibi for the Wednesday night. Some people saw me with her on the Monday at the Rising Sun.
Just a minute, Bob. Were you with this woman on the night she was murdered?
No, Ruby. On Wednesday night, I was out walking alone, but I can't prove it.
Did you write to her again after the Monday night?
No, but I did a few drawings for her when we were in the pub. She might have kept those.
What do you want me to do, Bob? I'll do anything I can to help you, you know me.
Don't you know, darling? I want you to say you were with me on the Wednesday night. Say we had dinner somewhere in Knightsbridge, that I left you at Drunken Armchair at 10:30. You went to Earl's Court, I went to King's Cross. Can you remember all that?
Of course.
Ruby remembered. In fact, she could think of little else. She became nervous, hating the idea of a conspiracy, and finally decided to go to the police when she told her story to Inspector Neal. Ruby was asked to meet Robert Wood at a certain spot in the Great Inn Road. And there, on a windy afternoon in October, 3 weeks after the murder of Phyllis Dimmock, the inspector waited for the man he firmly believed to be the murderer. A little way off, Ruby waited also. One can imagine her feelings as she watched her lover approach to keep the appointment she had made with him, knowing as she did that the kiss she was about to give him would deliver him into the hands of Scotland Yard.
Hello, Bob. It's the first kiss I've heard from you for, much too long.
Bob, I have to tell you...
Let's move on from here, Much too cold.
No. All right. Bob, please listen carefully.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes? What is it?
I'm afraid I must detain you. I have reason to believe that you wrote certain postcards to the late Phyllis Dimmock, whose murder I'm at present investigating.
I only wrote one to her.
Nevertheless, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me to the station and answer a few questions.
Bob.
Don't cry, darling. I have to go with this gentleman.
Oh, be brave, Bob. Be brave. Leave the rest of me.
The searchlight of Scotland Yard was focused on Robert Wood. Inspector Neal found that the 28-year-old artist belonged to a respectable middle-class Scots family living in London. He was gentle and lovable and had many friends. Strangely enough, although respectability was terribly important to him, a streak in his makeup made him associate with the most undesirable women. Nevertheless, he remained devoted to Ruby Young until she began to resent his attentions to these other women. When Robert Wood was arrested, he believed implicitly in Ruby, and with great confidence gave the inspector the alibi which the two had concocted. Unfortunately, as you know, Ruby Young had already told Inspector Neal the whole story. In any case, the alibi was disproved by the other witnesses.
So you see, Sims, it all points to Wood. A, he's undoubtedly the writer of the postcards. B, he's given us a completely false statement. C, he has been identified by two people who saw him as Phyllis Dimmock on Monday night. And D, the ship's cook has identified Wood as the man with whom he saw her on the Wednesday night.
They're all good points, sir, but surely not sufficient.
Oh, I haven't finished, Sims. At this morning's identification parade, Wood was positively identified by a carman named McGowan. McGowan says he saw Wood at 5 a.m. on the morning of September the 12th. That's 2 hours after the murder.
And where does this McGowan say he saw Wood at that hour?
He says he saw him leaving number 29 St. Paul's Road, the house in which Phyllis Dimmock was found dead 7 hours later.
The police had done their job. All they found about Robert Wood pointed to his being responsible for the woman's death. The motive only was lacking. Robert Wood now sat in Brixton Prison awaiting his trial. How do criminals fill those hours? Do they sleep? Do they read? Take their minds off their predicament? Do they write letters to their friends? Robert Wood drew pictures. The massive array of evidence against him seemed to worry him not a jot. But Scotland Yard merely presents the facts without question. It presents the truth, not necessarily the whole truth. That must come out in court. Take, for instance, one of the main items that the police gave the Crown by way of evidence against Wood.
A carman named McGowan stated that he saw a man leaving number 29 St. Paul's Road at 5 in the morning. He stated that the man was of stiff build with broad shoulders and that he wore a bowler hat and his coat collar was turned up. He later identified the prisoner Wood as the man he had seen, saying that he recognized him by the peculiar swing in his walk.
So said the police and McGowan, and that was part of the evidence used by the prosecution in court. But what happened to this evidence when the defending counsel, Mr. Marshall Hall, cross-examined McGowan? How reliable was the man's memory? How much was his evidence worth?
In your first statement, you said the weather was drizzly, right? But you saw the man clearly by the light of the street lamp, right? You also stated you remembered the time was 5 because you heard a clock strike, right? My lord, I have here the lighting charts from the Electric Light Company proving the street lamps in the Camden Town district were turned off on September the 12th at 4:37 a.m. Furthermore, I have proof that there was not one drop of rain recorded in the whole of London that morning. When you saw the man leaving the house, McGowan, did you know the house was number 29? Yeah, I read it in the papers. And yet you stated to the police that you saw him leave number 29. So, at the identification parade, you recognized the prisoner as the man by his peculiar walk. That's right. A kind of swing. And yet you mentioned nothing about it in your statement. Well, you see, when we go to make a statement, we're not so fly when we come to be cross-examined. I wasn't so particular. You were not so fly? You mean to say that knowing this man's life might depend on your description, you did not take particular notice of what was read over to you? Have you no regard for human life?
Marshal Hall never did things by halves. Later on, he called a witness of his own, William Westcott, ticket collector.
What time did you leave your house on September the 12th? About 5 minutes to 5 in the morning. And your house is number 26, St. Paul's Road? Yes. Did you see anyone that morning? Yes, a man going in the opposite direction. Are you conscious that you have got a swing in your walk? Oh, yes, especially in the morning. I'd say it's good exercise. Out with your chest. And please turn up your coat collar. Put on your bowler hat and walk up and down to the jolly.
Sure enough, there was a definite swing in the man's walk. From that moment on, McGowan's evidence was worthless. Another item presented to the Crown by the police was a statement of the ship's cook who had spent the 3 evenings previously to the murder with Phyllis Dimmock. He had seen Wood with Phyllis on the fatal Wednesday night, or so he said. Marshal Hall quickly found the weak link in the man's statement.
You were in a great fright, were you not, when you heard of this murder?
No, I was not.
When you heard of it, did you realize that except for the murderer...
I was next man to him, the next man to the prisoner.
No, the next to the murderer, which is a very different thing, if you please. You realized your danger. It was a very unpleasant situation.
Yes.
Did you speak to a woman called May about the case?
Yes.
Look up, man, look up and speak up. You're in a court of justice. Now, did this woman give you a description of the man whom she said was known as a friend of Dimmock?
Yes.
So that you could easily have picked out the prisoner from May's description of that man?
I could, yes.
I implore you not to laugh, madam. A man's life is at stake.
It was certainly no laughing matter for the ship's cook, whose evidence and identification of Wood had been completely discredited. He left the stand sweating from every pore. That night in prison, the young artist on trial for his life wrote to his brother.
Dear Charles, my feelings were strange today, such that I cannot describe, though peaceful. Whispers of good cheer came from every direction. Little did I think that one day I should appear on the capital charge. To be tried for one's life is, I find, sufficient for the day, and I am very weary. I understand there are great odds to face that may end disastrously, but I will carry my head high.
Astounded was the false alibi that he had concocted with Ruby Young. But again, Marshal Hall maintained that if Wood was trying to make an alibi for the murder, he would not have made it for 10:30 when the murder was at 3 a.m. if he was guilty. He would have known what time the woman was killed. That's a very good point. When Robert Wood was finally called in for his defense, every eye in the court followed his walk to see if there was any peculiarity about it. Well, there wasn't. As he passed his father, he smiled gently and said, "Cheer up now, Dad." He gave his evidence badly, showing all his weaknesses, his vanity, his affectations, his love of the dramatic, but nevertheless with a calmness and serenity which staggered the crowded court. His counsel commented on it in his final speech to the jury.
Members of the jury, how could this delicate, amiable little artist have done this dreadful crime? His unruffled demeanor throughout the trial is based on an unruffled conscience. What is the evidence of murder? The only iota of evidence against the man is that of the coroner, who has been shown to have a faulty memory. And Ruby Young, whose statement was invented out of the bed. A gross and vindictive lie. You cannot hang a man on evidence such as that. I defy you to do it. I defy you. I do not merely ask for a verdict of not guilty. I demand.
The prosecuting counsel described Wood as a cold-blooded murderer, and it seemed as if the presiding judge, Mr. Justice Grantham, was inclined to agree with the prosecution. The court, crowded with Wood's sympathizers, heard point after point right up against him in the summing up.
It does not seem that because no motive has been shown on the part of the prisoner, that therefore he must be not guilty. There is no doubt that the dead woman was murdered by a man who was leading a double life. Gentlemen, the whole evidence seems to prove that the prisoner has been leading a double life. He says he is innocent, and yet keeps everything from the police and from his own brother.
50 mounted police had been called in to deal with the huge crowd waiting outside the Old Bailey. A worried official leaned over to speak to Wood's solicitor, Mr. Newton.
I don't know what will happen if the verdict goes against him. I don't think we can control the crowd. We'll have to. The judge is determined. I've never heard such a good summing up. Look at that fellow Wood. He's the only one who's the least excited. What's he writing? Good Lord. I do believe he's making a sketch of the judge.
Yes, Robert Wood, having sketched most of the people in court, among whom were Lily Elsie, the original Merry Widow, Mrs. Beerbohm Tree, wife of the famous actor, Paul Kane and Henry Irving, had now begun a caricature of the judge. Having seemingly condemned the prisoner, the judge paused and then resumed in a very different tone.
In my judgment, as strong as the suspicion is, I do not think the prosecution has brought the case home against him clearly enough. Although it is, of course, a matter for you and for you alone, gentlemen, it is my duty to point out to you that unless you find that the evidence is so much against him as to warrant a conviction, you must give him the benefit of the doubt.
This amazing change of attitude has never been fully explained. Marshal Hall thought that the judge, seeing the jury obviously in Wood's favor, was trying to steal the glory due to him, the defending counsel. But this is a doubtful explanation. Certainly there was glory for Marshal Hall at 8:15 on that December night when the foreman of the jury spoke those miraculous words, "Not guilty." Robert Wood. The court about him was going wild. Mrs. Beerbohm Tree rushed from the building to the stage of His Majesty's Theatre and announced to a cheering audience the innocence of the popular artist. Women fainted with joy in the courtroom itself, and even one of the policemen was heard to shout, "Hooray!" But what of the young man whose neck had just been saved? What emotion was he showing? Elation? Triumph? Relief? No, none of these. There, among the cheering multitude, he was quietly finishing his sketch of the judge. Later, he wrote,
After the verdict, the reaction cannot properly be conveyed in words. I was not relieved. I felt depressed. I received with a sort of fainting feeling in my stomach, though it did not outwardly affect my composure. I was overwhelmed with sadness. I believe I was the only person who did not rejoice at the result.
a strange young man who was nearly condemned because he drew a sketch of the rising sun on a postcard. He might have been hanged had not Marshal Hall been there to defend him. And so the Camden Town murder remains one of those unsolved mysteries that from time to time trouble the conscience of Scotland Yard. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum. Here, in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide. A warehouse where everyday objects, a woman's necklace, a pair of spectacles, an iron ladle, all are touched by murder. These small white boxes are familiar objects. They might have contained sleeping pills or a mild sedative or just aspirin. But no, they contained
arsenic. Comparatively tasteless, isn't it, Inspector?
Yes, sir. The murderer coated on that.
Obviously. Nasty way to die. And the boxes, they look so, well, innocent.
Today, those white boxes can be seen in a place of special honor in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
And here we are, Black Museum, Scotland Yard's mausoleum of murder. Perhaps a little courage to wander through this long, ghostly room. All around, arranged so very neatly, is the evidence of man's rages, of woman's cruelty, of the rogue beast who lies waiting just beneath the veneer of civilization, waiting to kill. Yes, here lies death. Here death seems deliberate, murder almost moderate. Here in the echoing quiet, one is a spectator amid an orgy of violence, expressed so calmly by ordinary objects. The filing spike was created for the piercing of papers, to maintain orderliness on a clerk's desk, not for the purpose to which this spike was put. The piercing of the neck, the base of the skull, and the brain conjoins with the spinal column. Yeah, here we are. The white boxes, a little bit yellowed with age. The neat, spidery penmanship on the tiny labels fading now. But still legible. Curry's Pharmacy, Glasgow, Scotland, they say. And the date? January 1857. They were certain they had a case. The prosecutor for the Crown. Procurator Fiscal, they called it. And the quiet man in charge of homicide, Inspector Webster. The prosecutor was quite definite about it.
We'll have no trouble at all. It'll be a hanging.
There seems to be plenty of evidence.
You sound doubtful, Inspector.
Juries can be emotional, you know. When that happens, the evidence goes out of the window.
Juries haven't changed much. Almost 100 years, have they? But rather, in the old tradition, let the guilty go free occasionally than have one innocent perish. They presented their case. In proper order, each fact, large or small, in sequence, was paraded before the 12 good Scotsmen who sat in the jury box there in Glasgow almost 100 years ago. First there was the landlady, Émile Dangeret's landlady. She told of that summer evening in 1856.
Why, Mr. Dangelier, you are dressed up this evening.
I have a reason, a very lovely reason. Do you like my waistcoat, madame?
Quite striking. You ought to catch the lady's eye.
I trust it will. Do just that, madame.
How do you do it? Dress the fashionable on your salary, Mr. Dangelier.
That is something I have learned from the frugal Scots, madame. I have indeed. You will excuse me. I must catch the steamer to Rowling and the garden by moonlight.
A happy little man, that summer's evening, Émile Dangelet. A happy, strutting little man in his new waistcoat, his well-pressed jacket, his smart hat. On the way to the quay to board the side-wheel steamer, he met his friend, Robert Dougal. Mr. Dougal was a witness, too. His story was just as simple.
Emil, how are you? As if I needed to ask. You are the sport this evening.
Thank you, Robert. You look well yourself.
Don't tell me if you don't want to, but I'll wager you have a rendezvous.
I do. And you introduced us.
With Madeleine? Madeleine Smith?
No other, my friend.
But the Smiths are Dragnet. Then you met the family?
Not yet, Robert, but very soon. Tonight, just Madeleine. How long after tonight shall I have to wait for the family to accept me?
How long, little man? How long indeed? It was a good part of the problem. Robert Dougal was temporarily excused from the witness box. The next witness was a letter. A letter which tried to recapture on paper the wonder of a summer night of young love.
Oh, Emil. Oh, my darling.
Madeleine, my love.
Whisper, sweet. They are not asleep yet.
How can I whisper when my heart wishes to shout from the housetops?
Emil, you're sweet.
My darling, is this not a night for lovers?
Come, darling. There is a quiet place, I know, where the moon will be reflected in the water, and no one will be near. Don't let the gate bang, darling. We don't want my father finding us now.
A garden gate shut softly, and footsteps, a man and a woman, fade away into the sounds of the night. It would be nice if we could leave the story here, but we can't, nor could the prosecutor. There were more letters, many, many more, written by both young people. Letters which detailed the progress of the summer and of a love affair.
Madeleine, your return will coincide with the opening of a social season. You will go to all the dances, all the parties, but without me at your side. I cannot stand to picture this, even to myself. Madeleine, let me be your husband in truth. I cannot stand.
Have faith in me. Have I not proven my love? Oh, Emil, the tears which bathe this paper, they are tears of longing, longing to be with you.
There was more, much more. It all seemed endless, eternal, like the love these two pledged each other. But August moved into September, and September into the fall. Present, as the prosecutor didn't fail to point out, the social round swept over Glasgow and over the Smith family, of course. Madeleine was caught in a whirl with her family. Here, Robert Dougal was recalled to the witness box. This part of his evidence, if evidence it was, held a touch of wistfulness, of pathos even.
Do you think this is the proper place to stand, Robert?
Not proper, but correct for our purpose. They'll have to pass this way.
There's quite a crowd, is there not?
The public dances of the Glasgow season are always crowded. They say more matches are made at these affairs.
Do not say that, my friend. This is my great fear, that she will meet someone.
But she loves you.
What am I? A 10-shilling packing clerk. I am nothing. Our family do not even know I exist. Where are they? Has something happened? I must...
He stood there, on the stairway leading to the ballroom, waiting so impatiently. The little man in the fancy waistcoat, beneath which was so much pride and so much love. And then, at long last, he saw her alight on her father's arm from their carriage, start up the stairway.
She's a princess. Is she not, Robert?
She's a very pretty girl. But then, I'm not in love with her.
I will speak to her.
No, you mustn't. Not here.
Madeleine. Miss Smith.
No, it would be unforgivable. Don't embarrass her like this.
She passed within arm's length and seemed not to notice him, standing there waiting so eagerly for the acknowledgement which never came. Shortly afterwards, the two young men went into the ballroom themselves. Emile saw his Madeleine whirling in the waltz, heard her laughter.
Why, Mr. Miller, I cannot allow you to speak to me like that. My father would think...
Robert, this is what I have nightmares over.
Patience, Emile, patience.
That is what she says. Patience, Emile, patience.
She's going into the conservatory. Quick, Emil.
Do I dare?
What, didn't you see? She looked at you, pointed with her fan.
Wait for me, Robert.
With pleasure, my friend.
Emil, here, behind the arbor.
Madeleine, Oh, my dear.
You shouldn't have come. Yet I'm glad you're here.
If I could have only but one dance with you.
Impossible, darling. My father noticed you on the steps. I told him it was Robert who spoke my name. I don't think he believes me.
Let him know me. I am not ashamed of what I do. I will not be a clerk forever.
Not now, not tonight. I must be quick. They will be missing me. Darling, tomorrow night, come to the house. You know my window on the ground floor with the railing. We will talk about it then. Tomorrow, after the family is asleep.
The ground floor window where the cat bars to keep out cats. Or was it young lovers? A strong, if decorative grill. There was an area entrance. According to the letters offered clearly in evidence, Emil was admitted via the area entrance to the gracious old house in Glasgow.
Madeleine. Oh, Madeleine.
Quickly, darling. In here, my sitting room. Here we are. We must be very quiet. My elder sister is just above, and my father sleeps very lightly.
Madeleine, when?
I must await the proper moment.
And in the meantime, must I come to the area entrance in the dark of night, sneaking like a thief? I did not steal your love. You gave it, darling. You gave it.
What I gave, I can take back.
No, you cannot.
Oh, of course not, dear. And we must not quarrel either. Our summer was too lovely for us to spoil it now. I have made some tea, my dear. It must be cold outside. Shall we have tea together and pretend we are the happy married couple we want to be?
Oh, of course, darling. Of course, whatever you say. Only let us be
It was a domestic scene. How the letters reveled in it. Charming, delightful. Two young people pretending marriage in staid middle age. And then, in due course and in proper chronological order, the prosecutor introduced Mr. Curry, owner and chief dispenser at Curry's Glasgow Pharmacy.
Yes, the defendant. It was the defendant there in the prisoner's box who bought the arsenic from me. I was told it was for the destruction of weeds and rats.
The destruction of weeds and rats. Well, be that as it may, today those little white boxes can be found in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
White is the bride's color, they say. In China, white is the color of mourning. Perhaps white was the right color for the little boxes in the Black Museum. The evidence continued. was the stolid, honest police constable. He had a simple, sad little tale to tell. It began with a sound such as children make when they play with sticks on an iron rail. But this was not a child. This was a lover calling to his love. While the onlookers were a policeman and death.
Emily, for heaven's sake, you'll wake the family.
I had to see you, darling. I had to.
I told you, Emil, I could not see you tonight.
What? Was he here again?
Was who here again?
You know whom I mean. That Minoc.
Since you mentioned it, yes, he was.
So you could not see me.
We must be discreet, darling. It's perfect camouflage. Father likes Mr. Minoc. As long as Father thinks I pay attention to Mr. Minoc, he will not suspect that I am in love with anyone else.
Are you in love with me, Madeleine?
Emil, how can you ask that?
Forgive me. Forgive me, my darling. At the time, I do not know what I am doing or saying. Here it is November. The summer seems so far away.
Yes, the summer. Emil, go home. I cannot let you in tonight.
Madeleine, to stand here, talking through bars.
Oh, you'll catch your death of cold. Glasgow in November. Damp, almost bitter. Oh, please go home, Emil, where you'll be warm and safe. I'm chilly standing here.
No, not until I have held you in my arms once more.
Emil, stop it. It's so late, so cold.
Yes, cold. And almost bitter.
Good night, Emil.
Madeleine! Madeleine! You can't! You mustn't! Madeleine! I'll find a way. We will go off to South America. We will get away. Madeleine, listen to me.
Here, you. What's all this?
It's nothing, Constable.
This is near the time to be rattling windy grates. It's much too cold for serenading, you know.
You do not understand.
Oh, don't I? I was young myself, not so long ago. Now, on your way, young fella. Mr. Smith is a good friend of mine. I'll no have lovesick boys disturbing his daughters this time of night. Off with you now. Get on to your goose. Understand, little man? I'm telling you to move along.
Yes, Constable. I understand.
But did he understand? Did Emile d'Argelais understand that this was the beginning of the end? That the summer was over and forever? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Perhaps he wouldn't let himself understand. However, this is all conjecture. The prosecutor was concerned with facts in their proper order. And so his next piece of evidence was a letter.
In view of what appears to be the termination of our affair of the heart, will you be gentleman enough to return my letters to me at once, together with my portrait? I flatter myself you have not destroyed either my picture or the missives I sent you while we felt more tenderly towards each other.
There was no answer. Madeleine tried another approach.
Once we meant something to each other. I trust those moments are not unhappy memories. If they are happy at all, will you honor their memory by returning my letters and the miniature I gave you?
Still no answer. Emile brooded in his room, on his job. And then suddenly there was a change. The prosecutor brought this to the attention of the jury by recalling Emile's landlady to the witness box. She told an interesting story.
Well, Mr. D'Angelier, you haven't stopped at my pier glass in a long time.
I have had no reason to until tonight.
Oh, a lady?
Yes, a lady.
With a warm heart and your smile.
With a warmer heart than she has shown in some time.
I see. You're a faithful person, aren't you?
I have always hoped I could be.
You're not looking very well. I expect to see you improve in health, Mr. Dragnet, as you improve the problems of your heart.
Thank you, madame. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you will excuse me, I must not be late tonight.
I must not be late tonight, he said. Yes, tonight of all nights, he must not be late. Jauntily, the little packing clerk left the house where he lived in his furnished room. There was no record, no witness, the prosecutor admitted, of what went on that night between the jaunty Emile and the beautiful Madeleine. But the landlady had more to say. And what she had to add was a tale which was neither jaunty nor beautiful.
Mr. Donzellier, are you ill? What's wrong? Do you want a doctor? Can I help you? Mr. Donzellier. Mr. Donzellier. Mr. Donzellier, what is it? You look as if you'd crawled home on your hands and knees.
Yes, I did. The last block. The pay. I cannot stand the pain.
I shall call a doctor. You're sick. You're very sick. You must have a doctor.
The good woman hurried up the street, aroused the doctor, whose surgery was in the corner, and together they hurried back and up the stairs to the little man's shabby room.
What is it, man? Where's your pain?
Leave me alone. I want to die.
Good heavens. Mr. Donzellier.
You will die unless you help me yourself. Madam, have you any mustard in the house?
Mustard? Whatever for?
An emetic. This man has been poisoned. Quickly now.
Oh, yes, of course. I must have some somewhere.
They did their best, the doctor and the landlady, but their best was to no avail.
He's gone. A bad end. My guess is arsenic. It'll take an autopsy to find out for certain. However, now it's the turn of the police.
The police, in the person of Inspector Webster, gave testimony at the trial.
Inspector, tell the jury what the medical stated.
Death caused by a large quantity of arsenic taken by mouth, probably in tea.
And what did you find in a small wooden chest in the victim's room, Inspector?
A packet of letters in perfect chronological order from the prisoner to the deceased.
Thank you, Inspector. One thing more. Did you arrest the prisoner?
I did.
Did you warn her that anything she might say could be used in evidence against her?
I did.
And what did she say?
Too bad. He was a nice little man. If he hadn't been so persistent, I might have liked him better.
Thank you again, Inspector.
There was more, a little more. Mr. Curry, the pharmacist, was called back to the witness box.
How many times did the defendant come to your shop, sir?
3 times. Each time she bought 6 pennyworth of arsenic.
And what reasons did she give for these purchases?
First, it was killing weeds in the back garden. Then it was rats at the Smith's country place. And finally, rats at their city house.
Did anyone else connected with the defendant ever stop in your shop?
A servant. One of the men servants from the Smith's house. He asked for prussic acid to whiten the defendant's hands, he said. I told him nice young ladies shouldn't have poison like that around. I refused to sell it to him. She came for the arsenic herself about 2 weeks later.
The defense made 2 points. The sweetness and the excellent background of the prisoner. The fact that no one found any evidence that the poison had been administered by the prisoner. No one saw her do it, was the crime. The judge made the usual charge. The jury retired. He returned to a tense courtroom. Madeleine Smith rose at the court's command and faced the jury. The foreman spoke briefly and to the point.
We find the case for the Crown not proven. Our verdict is not guilty.
So ended the trial of Madeleine Smith. Were the jury right? We shall never know. History is as silent as the little white boxes which lie upon a shelf in their customary place in the Black Museum.
Exciting news for adventure seekers, journeys, and diverse cultures in Brazil. Video mouth-watering this incredible country. Our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.